Hey everybody, it's Party Elite, welcoming you to a live stream unlike any I have done before, playing Suzerain, which is a word that I will constantly be butchering, as we celebrate, again, for the first time ever on the channel, my birthday with a birthday stream. Never done it before. There's a first time for everything, but it's a big one. I mean, I'm a sucker for milestones, as I'm sure many of you know by now. It's the big 3-0. So I thought, you know what? Let's do something special for it. Let's celebrate with live stream. His first and last 30th birthday too. Oh man, when you put it like that, I mean, it's obviously true, but when you put it like that, damn. It should be a fun time today. I'm really excited. I want to thank y'all for joining in. It's always happy to see a crowd with a stream, especially when we're streaming a new game or an experimental game or a game that you maybe haven't heard of. Suzerain has actually been on my radar for quite some time, and there are some of you, if you wish to identify yourselves, if you're in chat right now or in the comments if you're watching the VOD, some of you have been asking me for a while if I'm planning on checking this game out, and I absolutely have been, because it's a very interesting concept. It's a political drama simulator where you are the newly elected president in a failing country. It's all fictional. It's all made up continents and countries and stuff like that, but obviously with very real world kind of connections, and it's set in the real world equivalent of the 50s. And yeah, it's a text-based RPG, so lots of reading and whatnot, and it's a political drama, and you're trying to balance all the people in your cabinet and all the various parties. Anyway, I'm show don't tell, right? So we're gonna dive into it. It's gonna be a very fun time, and my hope was that this would be a much more kind of chill game, a much more relaxed game. In terms of not the fact that this country's falling apart, but in terms of it doesn't require my 1000% attention every minute of every every second of every hour of the stream, so that I could hang out with chat a bit more, because now I kind of want to hang out for the birthday and whatnot, while showing a really cool game that I think some of y'all might be very interested in. So before we do kick off a new game, rather than resume the one I was playing previously, which was going interestingly, is all I'll say for now. Citra Vani, it's your birthday as well. Well, happy birthday to you too. Always awesome to have shared birthdays and shared birth months and stuff. Quite a few December babies actually in our Discord, which, by the way, if you want to join, link is in the description down below. Vasil Mihai, glad you can make it, buddy. Don't worry, you don't need to be able to spell. I can tell what you're trying to say. Thanks for joining in. We got Greg Craddock, thank you very much. Jazzy B, Natalie P, throwing in those flags as well. Thank you. Jeffrey Nelson, we've got YouTube Sarko, bringing the drinks as well, if I'm not mistaken, right when the stream started. Looking at pre-stream chatter as well. Jeffrey Nelson, just working from home. More coffee. Oh, not tea. Esteban, how's it going, man? Christiana, how's it going? We've got Sergio LP. We've got Brennan Slaughter. We've got Nico, calling out my age nice and early. How's it going, man? We've got M. Williams, Pantern Wolf, Croctus1, Mr. Wizard, MK Spindle, Alicia. We have Saifuddin Amged El-Rafai. Oh man, I'm so sorry if I know I got that wrong. So feel free to correct me, please, in the chat. We got Classified dropping in a super chat to kick things off here. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that greatly. Happy birthday, PE. He says thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, the game hasn't even started. Thank you. I appreciate that. We've got Adyen. We've got Animator, Primus Pilus, glad you can make it, buddy. Late Avenger, Fisklinger, William Farmer. We got Merowin. We've got YouTube just decided to scroll down very quickly there for a second. Instructions unclear. We have Anne Catherine G, Amar Chaturvedi, Esteban Diaz, Nehal Shah, Holan, and Rihanufa. Let me know how I'm butchering that, and feel free to correct me. And Homer Gil. I think I've caught everybody, and if I missed you, I'm so sorry. Tried my best to catch everyone there. Hello, and thank you all for the birthday wishes, and I am so glad y'all could join in today. We're going to have a fantastic time. Random user, hi Party Lead, and happy birthday. I'm sorry I can not stay long at the moment, but I wanted to say a very big thank you to your, well, thank you very much, random user. I'm glad you could drop by, and I appreciate that. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you had a good week, and maybe I'll catch you. I'm impressed. Most people pronounce my name Alicia. Thank you. Okay. Whew. I was like, as your name was coming out of my mouth, I was like, oh, time for a gamble here. Julia Sherman, how's it going? How's it going? Keith Thomas, good morning to you as well. Happy. I like that. I like that. Positive vibes. It is a rainy, gloomy, super sad day outside. So happy just makes me happy. So we've got Leander over here dropping a super chat as well. Thank you very much, buddy. And Petra Dendulk, thank you very much. Oof. All right, I think. Oh, it snowed there, Christiana? Yeah, it snowed here as well on the 1st of December, actually. We had snow 2 weeks ago. We had snow on the 1st. We're having rain today. I like snow on my birthday. I like snow. I like fresh snow. So unfortunately, no snow today. Oh man, I'm already losing my voice. Thank you, Sick Bozo. Thank you very much. Ricky Cool, thank you as well. And Rocker Morningstar. Came to wish a happy birthday. Can't stay long, but wanted to congratulate one of my favorite content creators. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. You took time out of your day to drop by and say happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful week before, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead of you. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I need a drink of water already. I'm losing my voice. Oh man, all right. Shall we get started? What do you say, Chad? Maybe it's time to start playing the game. Catalina, thank you very much. And Jasem, thank you very much as well. 25 degrees in Florida. Damn. Oh man, it's cozy. Norman Summers, how's it going? On the topic of 25 degrees, I got summers coming through. I like it. All right, let's do this. New game, Suzerain. So this is my one concern about the. Oh my God. Oh my lord, folks, I'm trying to... Holy crap. Spindle coming in with a super chat, 38. Mine is next year. Buy yourself a good drink on me. Well, thank you very much for that super chat, Spindle. I appreciate that greatly, man. And instructions unclear coming in right after with a super chat dropping in. And am I doing this right? Well, thank you. Yes. Yes. Appreciate that, man. The bot's not able to keep up with y'all. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Wow. Jeez. Holy crap. YouTube Sarko, for some bloody reason, anytime my dad calls my brother, noises come up, and my dad. What? Sorry, I don't follow YouTube Sarko. I don't follow. And Michael Bryant dropping in a happy birthday. Will you be doing any of the new Warhammer DLC? I really want to. Yes. I mean, my rats are getting some more love. I definitely want to get in on that. It's just a matter of timing, you know. And I figured. There's some crazy stuff going on right now in the world of gaming. Lots of new games that I want to touch on and check out. And then the DLC release date was revealed, and I'm like, oh man. But I definitely want to check it out. Maybe when things calm down a little bit, have another campaign with my rats. Though the trees are looking pretty interesting this time around too, I gotta say. Russell Angelos coming through with the super chat. Well, I guess I lost this bet. Yeah, buddy. When you wanted to bet, I wanted to say like, no, dude, don't do it. But yeah, this was the plan all along. Hey man of your word, I guess. Thank you very much, and glad you could make it today. Thank you, that guy David. Thank you, Koizeri as well, from down in Texas. I bet you guys are getting some pretty warm and comfy weather as well. Saifuddin, thank you very much. Glad to hear that, man. All right, Michael Bryant, for sure, I will. I'm already enjoying it, man. I was like struggling to get out of bed this morning because I was saying it's like it's a gloomy day outside. You just kind of like stay in bed. But now, you know, this was the right call. Put it that way. My rats. Not exactly what I meant, Wickles, but I see what you're getting at. Akis D, how's it going? And Citravani, not today. No Planet Zoo today. I mean, you know, apart from the regular video that should be coming out tomorrow, I'll just have to record that later. But no live stream of anything other than Suzerain today, which again, I'll be butchering the name of every time. So as I was saying, this is the one, issue. I've been playing the game for a fair bit to familiarize myself with it, and honestly it hooked me because of how, oh my god, I like it. But this is my one issue with the game, is that you can only have one save So any decision you make, I mean, I'm fine with not being able to save scum, obviously, but like, I was trying to get a review of the game done, and I wanted to experiment with all the multiple choices and stuff, but I also didn't want to stop my story from progressing when I was sitting down and playing with it. So I was just like, oh man, and I'm playing on 2 devices, my laptop, and this is on my desktop, but it's all synced up. So just one thing to keep in mind. Merowin coming through with a super chat. Happy birthday, and may you never lose any battle rolls. Well, thank you very much for that super chat, Merowin, and for the wellest of wishes. Can you imagine never losing any battle-related rolls? Akasd, thank you very much. EH, thank you very much. And, oh my god, KC 3983, happy birthday, all caps, so I guess I gotta yell it, because you obviously can't pick up your call right now. Yeah, I saw the phone call come through, and I was like, he knows I'm streaming, right? Thank you very much. Wow, I'm glad you can make it to the stream. Wow, Nissar coming through with a happy birthday. Thank you very much. Grand Yoda 966. Yeah, man. Apparently, I mean, honestly, thank y'all for the super. It's kind of wild. It's a little ridiculous. I appreciate it greatly. Y'all are blow my mind here. May all your 98% hit chances land, says Jazzy B. Can you imagine? Oh man, I could finally play XCOM. Mr. Inadequate comes in with a happy birthday. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that, all right, now this time, Jazzy B laughs at XCOM sick bozo. Yeah. Sarah Morris, thank you very much as well. Okay. All right. I'm serious this time. We're starting. Yes, I am sure. Let's do it. But this is exactly why I want to do a bit of a chill stream, so I could hang out with chat a bit more today, because usually, I try my best to pay attention, but from time to time, I got to read something. You are my enslavement and my freedom. You are my flesh burning like a raw summer night. You are my country. Nazim Hikmet Ran. Natalie P. coming through with the super chat. Huzzah and happy birthday. Thank you very much, Natalie P. Thank you very, very much. Keith Thomas coming with a super chat as well. So many great adventures with you. We'll lurk through this one. Well, that warms my heart. Thank you very much, buddy. Thanks for the super chat, and I'm glad to hear the adventures have been great. Neil W. throwing down a called it. Yes. On your 4th guess though. You were so convinced it was gonna be a different game, and I was just like rubbing my hands together like, yeah, keep doubling down, buddy. Keep doubling down. But yes, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. And Ricky Cool, so in this game you play as the 4th president of the nation of Swordland. I keep calling it Solland, and it's called Solland in the description as well, which is actually indicative of what my initial playthrough was about, because that's not the name of the country, but it's the name of one of the politicians in the history of the country. But yeah, you play as the president, and the country's in strife, and you kind of have to pull it out of that situation while trying to make sure your party wins the next election. You're juggling personalities, you're making sure everybody's happy, you've got internal threats, you've got external threats, you've got a recession on the horizon. So it's really interesting, and it's a really good job of tackling those kinds of topics and whatnot. It can be it can definitely lead to some interesting commentary, and I will be playing true to the hilarious channel colors and name, I suppose. Let's put it that way. Viva El Presidente, says Neil W. I do want to get some Tropico on the channel at some point. Hackanatin coming through with a super chat. Happy birthday. I'm glad you feel presidential on your special day. Thank you very much for that super chat, buddy. I appreciate that greatly. And I thought I thought that made sense. This game releases today. It's about being president. What are the chances, right? What are the chances? Be president for the day for my birthday. Why not? Everyone has to call Party Elite President Party now. President Party. Yo, yes. All right, let's see. So the first order of business is to talk about who we are leading up to our election and victory. Now, it actually makes a huge difference. Some things more than others, but it makes a difference as to how people treat you, how they, what they think about you, what they expect from you. So there's some weight to every decision. It's a text-based role-playing game, so there's got to be, right? There's got to be. MN121MN, thank you very much, buddy. I hope you enjoyed the inauguration ball. Wait, have you played Suzerain? Wealthy, best education for the best leader. President party, elite. I like it. But yeah, over here, so 1908, the Kingdom of Solland. So when we were born, our nation was a kingdom, a monarchy. You opened your eyes to this world. You came from, and I am going to say yes, a middle-income family in the city of Hulsord. I'm gonna play the whole angle of workers' rights, the needs of the people. That's gonna be my whole system of belief and approach. I think is where I'm sitting at right now. And as we go on, we'll see how well I can stick to that, because that's what this game's about. Stephen Brown coming through with that super sticker. I keep needing to remember that that's what they're called. Thank you very much for that. I love those stickers. They are adorable animations, and whoever the artists are on those, just I love them. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. All right, let's see. So, a middle-income family in the city of Hulsord. Oh, I see there are some people who are familiar with the game and the problems that we are to expect. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a diligent civil servant, you lived quite an ordinary childhood. Life was not bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school, but frequent fights broke out at the Rain family home. These made you feel uneasy. September 9th, 1923. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced the historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Solland was born. You did not fully understand. You were happy that you had the day off, or you were somewhat worried. Like, how old are we? 23. We're born in 08, so we're what, 15 years old? 15 years old? Now, if you're lagging right now, then that's because you just got to refresh YouTube. My internet's working fine at the moment. Hopefully, it stays that way. I spoke to my internet service provider, and they gave me some suggestions, and the internet seems to have been better since then. So you should be good if you hit refresh. Yag or Jag? Is it Jag? I think I've asked this every time, buddy. Let me know once and for all, so I know for sure. But thank you very much for the birthday wishes. We got Norbert saying happy birthday as well. Thank you very much. Fedikin, glad you could join in, buddy. How's it going, man? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it should be okay. It should be okay. Just, my internet always sus. Anath Rahman, glad you can make it, man. Your first Party Elite live stream. Well, I'm glad you can make it. Let's hope. Yeah, as Natalie says, let's hope I do get the best birthday gift. Reliable internet. Refreshed. It's good. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. Gotta go for becoming a king yourself. Oh Lord, can you believe that? Like, can you imagine that? Why be a president for birthday if you can be a king? Oh dear. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that I did not fully understand. I'm 15. Like how you were happy that you had the day off. I'm gonna say I did not fully understand. I don't know if I'd be worried. You're a kid. You don't know what's going on. It's the 20s. What's the 20s? It's so weird to think about. It's the 20s. Hey, we're in the 20s right now. I did not fully understand. Thank you very much, Mr. JMB. K-Trill, best birthday gift and assassination attempt. I hope not. Be unkid and be a holy king, Jazzy. I know how that story ends. And thank you very much, Ronnie. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much. King Party or Party King. Can the PE bot drop a Patreon link? I don't know, actually. I don't know if I gave it that command. You know what? Let's experiment here. Does it? I can't remember for the life of me. No, I guess not. It's in the description down below, though. That's my shameful sense wanting to make it difficult to support me. All right. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. You chose... I'm 50. Oh no, 26. Okay, I see the 23 up there. I'm like, what? No, okay, yeah, I'm 18 now. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, yo, when did I get to university, man? What? But yeah, let's see. So either law at Hullsford State University, economics at the Lockhaven Business School, or history at the Dyer University of Culture. I'm thinking history, right? I'm like, that's a little bit me. If I had to choose between law, economics, and history, I'm thinking history, and I'm thinking along the lines of you need to know where you've been, to know where you should go moving forward, right? Yeah, those who do not learn from history are bound to repeat it. Neil W. I do love that quote. Economics is the most useful, it seems. Economics seems to be the most like one-to-one in terms of usefulness. But like, remember, we'll have like a cabinet and everything. We'll have advisors and everything as well. So we will have people who are experts in that world. I think I do economics history as a hobby, depending on how deep you get into it, I guess. Oh, Merwin, you're headed out? Gotta go pick baby Merwin up. Aw, we'll catch the VOD later. Well, thank you very much for dropping by. I'm glad you could make it, and have yourself a wonderful rest of the day and the weekend. I really appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by, man. Thank you very much. Yeah, if there's lag, you just gotta refresh. That's a YouTube thing, and YouTube's been a little questionable lately. History always repeats itself. We will change that. We will study history at the Dyer University of Culture. Hopefully, it's not going to be a dire situation. Oh man, that's my... Is that my first pun as a 30-year-old? No way, I couldn't have not made a pun for the last 10 and a half hours. I guess I was asleep for part of it. Oh my god. I'm having an existential crisis over here. During the first year, you attended a lecture with David Whiskey? I attended many a lecture with Mr. Whiskey, let me tell you that. He was a well-known diplomat from the foreign ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for a successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based on practical and material factors would be much more successful in reaching Sordland's ambitions. Now, this is a great opportunity for me to say that I am not a pol-sci major. I am not a... I have an understanding of politics to a degree. It is not my area of study or expertise. So if I ever get something, incorrectly, then feel free to correct me in terms of, terminologies or systems or whatnot. And I say that because realpolitik, if I'm not mistaken, is making decisions entirely, I guess a good way to put it is like pragmatically, entirely based on like empirical evidence. You look at the numbers tell you what to do, and empirical evidence. You look at the numbers tell you what to do, and empirical evidence. You look at the numbers tell you what to do, and less tangible factors. Now again, feel free to correct me. But I'm fairly certain that's what realpolitik is. Howling Wolf coming through. Damn it, party! Is this another game you're going to get me hooked on? Happy birthday, man! Well, thank you very much. I might get you hooked on it if I ever get past the intro section. And CMAC O is it CMAC O CMAC OH? I always second guess myself. 137 viewers, 55 likes. Let's get these numbers up for Party's birthday. Well, thank you very much for that. He's 30, says Wickles to somebody who's asked the question, I imagine. Thank you very much. Yeah, 30 for real. 30 for real indeed. All right. I agree. Yeah, detached from ideology, says Fedikin. Primus Pilus, whiskey, and now the game of politics. Yeah, honestly, eh? I agree. Yeah, detached from ideologies. Now the game of politics. Yeah, honestly. Hackenatten, is that? Are you talking about the stream? Is it being all choppy and broken? I will definitely try to be an idealist, but the game is definitely opposed to that at times. All right, let's see. Oh man, no, we should be CMAC Go. All right, I had a feeling. I'm glad I got that right. If you're seeing some lag, it is on YouTube's end. My internet's still saying I got a clean connection here, so hopefully do a hard refresh, Control-Shift-R, and you should be good. All right, let's see. I'm gonna say I agree in principle. In practice, things always change, right? Your only concern was passing the exams. I mean, yikes. Doubt everything, check everything? Hacking out and heading out for a meeting? Sounds good, man. Thanks for dropping by. Have yourself a wonderful rest of the day. Yeah, okay. You question what you were being taught. Question everything. Question everything. It's a, good way to get into politics, right? Liz Purr, thank you very much. Getting up to... if you go with socialists, you risk more to an army coup. Western sponsorship. Gotcha. That's a good heads up. Yeah, I mean, I've played the game a bit. I won't say a lot, but a bit, and I see how the decision making can be interesting. Can be interesting. May 22nd, 1927. Job. I don't know what you mean by name round, but do let me know. I'm playing the stream 5 seconds behind. It does the trick. Yeah, if that does the trick. Because I will be looking at stream or chat fairly often, so we'll be being 5 seconds behind isn't going to be a terrible thing. Job, I still don't know what you mean by name round. I have no idea what you mean. You're going to have to tell me what you mean. Soldiers enter... Okay, it's May 22nd, 1927. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest, along with your best friend, Peter Vectern. You decided to protest with the students. On which note, Fedikin comes through with a super chat, says, "Happy birthday party." Thank you very much, Fedikin, for the support and for the kind wishes. I appreciate that greatly, buddy. Thank you very, very much. Saketh, party, you're such a loser playing video games on your birthday. Yeah, I love it. Protest with the students. Let's do it. Coming in with those harsh words, man. Love it. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Lutheran declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse to your rooms. You join the students that slowly marched towards a large group of soldiers. Suddenly, the soldiers charged. A student fell and was trampled as everybody started running away. See, what I really like about this opening section of this game is what it did to me personally when I was playing it the first time is that it made me really think about, like, when I play a role-playing game or anything like this, I try to, like, close my eyes and put myself in a situation and go, like, what would I do? Like, it's so easy to say. And this is what I love about this game through and through. It's so easy to say, well, if I were president, I would do X. If I were president, I would do, it's so easy. And then this game, obviously, it really kind of takes you out at your knees and is just like, no, every decision. But I will definitely hold my ground here. Can you die in the starting section? I have not once died in the starting section, but if anybody could, it would be me, wouldn't it? It would be me. The soldiers beat you relentlessly. It was a gloomy year. God, the writing is just so on goddamn point. 5 words is sometimes all it takes. October 10th, 1927. The coup split the students into 2 groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine in Dyer. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join a human rights group, a student council, or a political debate group. I'm going to go ahead and say a human rights group. Gabrielle M. Daga, hope I got that correct, let me know if not, says, "Happy birthday." Thank you very much, I appreciate that greatly. I've been reading names out loud all the way through, Job. To Romania, sorry, Croctus, I didn't catch. Oh, where it's based on? It's vaguely based on, like, it's very vaguely based on a collection of political situations. Like, this country is bordered by the Eastern and Western superpowers heads, which, no country, Canada, technically, actually, now that I think about it, was at one point bordered by the Eastern and Western Bloc superpowers' heads. So maybe it's based on Canada. Is it still... Is it being choppy? Man, that's... Yeah, I've still got like a nice green, excellent connection heads up over here. How is everyone's stream doing? Is it okay? I've been having internet problems, and I tried to fix it before today, so I really hope it's okay. Really hope it's okay. Croctus, best place to get connections with people from all ideologies. I didn't catch your suggestion earlier, looking for your name again previously, but I don't see it. Let me. Oh, student council. You're saying? Oh, okay. Maybe. I'm thinking human rights group. Just for like who I want to try and play as. Noob Nath comes through with a happy birthday. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you very much. Glad you could drop by and chill for a bit. I appreciate that. A little bit of stutter here and there. Okay. Yeah, YouTube. It's YouTube this time. All right. Well, at least it's YouTube this time. I don't have to feel so just got terrible about it. Control. Yeah. Try a hard refresher. Control Shift F5 should do it. All right. Let's do it. A human rights group. So again, check out the titles up top as well. Right. Coup of 27. The group heavily protested against the deteriorating human rights situation in Swordland. You contributed in thorough discussions on how to protect and expand freedoms. In one of the meetings, Peter introduced you to one of his friends, Monica, who was a volunteer for the Swordish League of Women. You were immediately attracted to her. Intelligence, beauty, or diligence. And again, all of these decisions matter. I'm going to go ahead and say her intelligence. Beauty, her diligence. Intelligence, her intelligence. Let's do it. The politically charged environment led you to join the Red Youth, the Socialists, join the Young Swords, the Nationalists, or stay away from any political organization. We're going to go ahead and join the Red Youth. And I stress again, every decision has repercussions. I keep reading Swordland as Scotland. As the names start flowing through, it'll be very clear that this is not Scotland. Also, in other parties, there are minor factions. For example, yeah. And I like that. I like that it goes into that it's not just surface level. It does have layers. And yeah, the red alert starts playing. Comrade Elite Sick Bozo. Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be the socialists, right? Consider the games we play from time to time. No Monica's photo. We will have. Just be sure of her intelligence power. Yeah. Now we're gonna go ahead and join the Red Youth. It leads to some interesting moments. Again, I haven't played too much of the game yet because I wanted some things to come as surprises, but obviously I also want to know, what the hell is going on. Imucha comes through with a happy birthday, mate. Thank you very much. Appreciate that greatly. And Christiana, not too much. We're doing the fiance is part Polish, and we try to stick to Polish traditions for Xmas. So pretty wild Xmas Eve in the works typically. Yeah, that's if I were to go into details, not only would I get many things incorrect, but I would also go on for a very long time because we do quite a bit, I guess, in terms of food at least. What kind of socialism are you taking? Libertarian, social democracy, Marxist-Leninism, or Stalinism? Social democracy is what I'll be aiming for, I think. That's what I'll be aiming for, but we'll see how well that goes. One sec over here. My chair's headrest has popped out. Oh, there we go. There we go. My neck's tipping over. Is it good? I mean, I love this stuff. Nico heading out. All right. Sorry you couldn't get into actual gameplay here, man. But thanks for dropping by. Thank you for dropping by, and you'll catch the VOD where you will actually see some gameplay as well. The radio relayed that the communist general Ricard surrounded Lutheran and his troops, demanding their surrender. They refused, and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe it. Selves. Swordland plunged into chaos. Ricard's sudden attack caused more instability in the country, but compared to the fascist Lutheran, he was a real socialist. This convinced you to participate in a support march. You were chanting freedom, equality, and solidarity. You were marching under the protection of Ricard's soldiers. The students opposing the coup gathered a few hundred meters in front of you. Many nationalists were among them. You knew something was going to happen. I stayed. There was a massive clash between the two sides. Soldiers began to beat the students. Tanks started rolling forward. In this chaotic moment, you saw a young girl about to get run over by a tank. You ran to save her. But you couldn't reach her in time. You never forget her face. The clashes escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. However, it was a difficult time for love. The chaos must end. (1929) Republic of Solland. The charismatic colonel, Tarkin Sol, orchestrated a sudden coup and brought an end to the chaos. He wrote a new constitution and restored stability. The people saw him as a savior. He formed the United Solland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever elections. You voted for the United Solland Party. I'm going to be in politics. I'm going to participate as a civilian, as a citizen. It's a responsibility. I voted for the USP. June 1929. Elena Kelly coming through with that super chat. Thank you very much for that support. Happy birthday. Your videos keep me going through nursing school. I have a lot of catching up to do, but I'm looking forward to it over Christmas break. Well, Elena Kelly, I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much. And I'm glad to hear that the videos, help in that way. I have heard stories about nursing school from friends of mine, so, more power to you. I hope you're doing all right, and I hope Christmas break treats you well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you very much for that support. Esteban, vote for the unique selling proposition. Hang on a second. Immediately flipped to a full-blown capitalism. USP won the election by a large majority. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica and noticed her interest to marry. However, a letter arrived from the military calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. It was time to serve your national duty. February 1930, Bergia region. A devastating civil war broke out in the neighboring country, Welland. The distinguished Major, Josef Lankia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of Gumrin Outpost. You could see your breath. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source. The squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. You... Refugees, man. Let them slip through. Escaping a troubled life. After the patrol, Major Lancia arrived with anger and immediately relieved you of your command, calling you a disappointment. One of your squad members had reported your actions. After several months of scrubbing the floors as a punishment, your duties ended and you went back to civilian life. 1931. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessing of her parents, a ceremony was held in Hulsord. During the same year, you worked hard to secure a high-paying job at the governing United Solland Party. It was much more difficult to start your career on a good foot because of the refugee incident, but you still managed. Working for the ruling party was the easiest path to power. The financial compensation was too great to pass up. It was the best opportunity to change the country for the better. Let's be an idealist, right? Esteban, are you shaming me for my decision during my forced military service? Yeah, this is just the prologue. I should pick up the pace a little bit. My apologies, but y'all have been too kind to me in chat, so I apologize. Yeah, Sergio, this game, they do a really good job. Music, writing, just like, if you let yourself get absorbed in the game, it does a really good job. Thank you, Snake867511. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Became the foreign policy assistant to one of the more experienced members of Assembly. You worked long and hard, staying late at work, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans. You were climbing the ladder. September 1933. Saul strengthened the Republic by removing the institutions and symbols of the former kingdom from society. Things were also looking up for the country as the massive economic boom continued, and people were the happiest they had been in a decade. Election time came, and it was decided. President Tarkin Saul was elected once more. April 2nd, 1934. The preparation of the most comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia was occupying most of your personal time, but your significant contribution to the trade talks triggered an invitation to meet President Tarkin Saul himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of Assembly. You accepted right away. June 1938. As the youngest MP, it was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies, so you brought Peter as your right-hand man. The birth of your son, Frank, provided a brief moment of joy and relief. On the topic of joy, thank you very much, BM, for coming through with another super chat. You're almost exactly a month older than me. Thus, you are an old man. Happy birthday, old man. Thank you very much, BM, for the super chat and for the kind wishes, question mark? No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you very much. Diksha Chauhan says, happy birthday. We have, I saw earlier as well, LPS Shelley saying happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I saw someone not call me a person because I'm working on my birthday. Yeah. Yeah, I got to do this, and then I got to record Planet Zoo as well. But then after that, the evening is going to be a restful evening, hopefully, depending on when I'm done with Planet Zoo. We also had XK John wishing me another happy birthday. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. And Surge is not monkey in French, but Sange is like S-I-N-G-E. Again, my memory might be a little fuzzy, but Sange, I'm pretty sure. Keek Ming, thank you very much. Karen O'Sullivan, thank you very much as well. Vasil, you're not late. You were there right at the beginning. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. YouTube Sarko, your birthday is now, old man. Yeah, I'm getting there. Liz Perk, catch you later, heading out. Well, thank you very much. Glad you could drop by. Have yourself a wonderful rest of the day. And yes, Nisar, Planet Zoo is getting an aquatic DLC. Can't wait to check it out. Alphareza Mazoon says happy birthday as well. And we're good to move on. All right. As the youngest MP, you sacrificed work to spend time with your family. I think is the right thing to do there. Sweet time later with Mrs. and Elizabeth. Yeah, exactly, Wickles. During your absence, Peter found trustworthy contacts and strengthened your position in the party. At the same time, President Saul increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife within the party. The cracks began to show. October 1945. President Saul barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the past year, people were growing discontent with corruption and the worsening quality of life. Meanwhile, calls for a united Swordland Party Congress became louder as a leadership struggle started to brew. Corruption is a problem. But this man has brought us prosperity, right? He did fix, temporarily at least, an ailing nation. Think we could keep supporting the president? I will continue to support the president. And by the way, you know how I said I got the name of the country wrong in the description? I called it Solland, not Swordland. President Saul is the influence for that. So you know what? Let's stick true to my typo there, and let's keep supporting the president. Let's do it. But if you want to be the next leader, oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. But if he's going to be deposed, so to speak, anyway, then we might be able to. Oh yeah, it cuts both ways, doesn't it? I actually don't know what I picked the first time. So I'm curious to see where this takes us. Curious to see where this takes us. And random user, yes, I am 30 as of today. Nice 3-0. It's a big one. I'm a man for milestones, so it's a big one. Yeah, support him a little more. All transitions from feudal systems need time. That's a good way to put it. It's a good way to put it. We're learning, right? July 1946. The contender for party leadership was Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate with a growing popularity within the party. You were trying to secure votes for President Saul, who noticed your loyalty and approached you with a lucrative deal. Oh, no, man, no. That's not what I meant when I said I support you. Oh dear, what's the deal? You had a meeting with him. The president offered you the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the next government if you backed him in the upcoming vote. Oh, that's corruption. Xenomorph, I have noticed thine messages. Please stop spamming. It doesn't help. If I'm not looking at chat, then it doesn't help. All it does is make me time people out when they spam. So please don't. What do we do here, folks? What do we do? It's corruption, though. No, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to climb the ranks, cleanly. Deal with the devil. How is that corruption, though? He's demanding my vote in exchange for office. Rather than giving me office based on my merits, he's saying, if you vote for me, you'll have this position. So he should reward me. He should reward me without asking me for that vote. Accepted, it had to be done. I'm looking at chat. Y'all get your opinions in there. I'm seeing a lot of calls to accept it. A couple calls to reject it, but a lot of calls to accept it. In real life, you would accept it in a heartbeat. Maybe I should share the story of why I quit my day job back in the day. Not having a moral compass, man. I don't know. Avoid, accept. You know what? All right, let's it's been it's been a while since I've done one of these. And let's go. Time to vote. The way to vote is by typing an exclamation mark. Then you type in the word vote, you put a space bar, and then you choose the number. 0 is to accept, and 1 is to reject. Make sure you get that formatted, because otherwise the votes don't count. So exclamation mark vote, and then a space and the number. Oh my god, I can try and keep a track of the numbers. That's just how the bot works. Yeah, get those votes. There we go. Use that format. Let's stack those votes up, and I will take a quick sip of water, voting on the corruption here. Yo, these numbers, 11, 12, 11, 10, 9, they're like all. I wish I was streaming the vote counter, man. Holy crap. It's a neck and neck race. Oh yeah. 17, 22, 17, 24, 25, 18, 25, 19, 26, 20, 26. Keep it coming. Be corrupt or wake up dead. Yeah. Oh man, can we actually die in the intro? I don't know, right? This is interesting. No, you can't vote twice. Don't worry. The bot ignores double votes. This is so democratic. I kind of love it. Yeah, right. Playing the actual playing the game to its own thing. I'm gonna you know what? When the first thing hits 30 is what I'm gonna call it. All right. So keep voting. We're at 24-27 right now. So when the first thing hits 30, 24-28 right now. Use a symbolic number, right? 25-29. If the accept, there it is. Reject wins with 30 votes. Why not use the number, right? I'm turning 30. Let's use 30 as the vote limit, because otherwise we could do this forever, right? We could do this forever. 25-31. You know what? The accepts have stayed stagnant at 25 votes for a while. So we're getting more and more support for reject. We democratically vote to be corrupt. Politics 101. YouTube Sarko, this hits me personally. We didn't electoral system. Yes, no corruption. Yeah, we voted for no corruption. 25-31 is the end vote, and the bot should confirm that in chat as well. Hey Neil W, that's the right. Ain't that the reality about politics? 150 people watching, but only 40 voted. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? I also apologize that the game audio stops when I alt tab out of it, but what's a man to do? Okay, so we rejected, right? We voted to reject. Reject won with 31 votes. All right, went above and beyond. Got a super majority. You rejected. Yes, Brian Richards. Today I turned 30. You turn 30 tomorrow? Oh, awesome! Hey, we're birthday buddies. a lot of December birthdays, as I was saying in the Discord too. It's cool. It's pretty cool. We corruptly voted to reject corruption. Sums up perfectly. Yeah, there has been. Goddamn. It takes off corruption, Fedora. What happened? Oh no. Oh, you're talking about this. All good. I'm seeing like a clean connection over here. Try a refresh if it's broken. No, stream should still be good. August 1946. Yeah, you should just refresh. Just refresh. Well, I mean, I should say that in the chat because if it's not working for you, okay, lots of people are saying it. All right, good stuff. August 1946. The party congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of United Solland were decorating every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. I will vote for Tarkin Sol because I support him. But then he tried to, yeah, you know what? You know what? Yeah, the viewer count tanked because people were refreshing. All good. Yeah, YouTube's been a bit of a pain for the last handful of weeks. Here we go again with the votes never ending. That's the thing, like, we rejected the offer, but we were loyal, so we should stay loyal. That's correct, Howling Wolf. This is still just the intro. Yeah. I'm sorry. He didn't try to bribe you at all, says Grant Patterson. Well, no, Vasil, it's not about. It's not that I'm not going to vote for you. It's that I'm not going to vote for you based on the offer. But he's proven that maybe he's not worth my loyalty. Because if he offered that to me, who else has he offered it to? You know? Who else has he offered it to? Oh God, Team Echo, was I humming Final Fantasy music? Oh no. Yeah, exactly. He's corrupt. Let me just throw a message in chat here. Oh, I see what you're saying, YouTube Sarko. Gotcha. I had a feeling it was something like that. Yeah, maybe we should go for Ewald Alfonso here. How much do I know about him? I know that he's a business magnate. A business magnate. And he is a reformist. So I guess being confronted by an offer that clearly shows how corrupt Tarkin is, I suppose I should change my vote. Loyalty pays long term. The devil you know, business magnet, fridge magnet. A leader gives people... You see, Grant, the reason why I call it corruption is because he's asking for my vote. and then promising me a position, as opposed to just giving me the position because I can enact policy. See what I mean? See what I mean? Loyalty don't pay. Another vote? You know what? Sure. Why not? Why not? Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Plus, some people are having trouble staying caught up with stream, so I want to make sure everything's okay here. Can I? How do I remove all? There we go. Gotta get these guys' names in here. We have Sol and Alfonso. Sol and Alfonso. Same format as before, folks. Let's go for it. Yeah, Wickles. That's to me. That's like, vote for me and you get a benefit. That's corruption. Wow, immediate flood of votes for Alfonso. Again, we'll wait for 30. Oh, this is actually heavy for Alfonso. This is closer. What does this say about us? What does this say about us? This is closer than the vote. Oh, sorry. This is more immediate than the vote about corruption. Like with corruption, I understand, because a lot of us were just like, well, is it corruption though? And I totally get that perspective, for the record, by the way. But oh, that was like an instant 30. It is 6-30. Holy. Like immediate. Yeah, exactly, Gabriel. Exactly. That is textbook. Cronyism, corruption. Wow. Okay. Wild. We're gonna call it here because, like I said, 30 is the number, but we've well surpassed that. We've actually reached. Oh, with one more vote, we'll be at the same number as the last set of votes we did. But let's go ahead and stop it there. Go ahead and get that vote done. Yikes! Wow, that was instant. How long did that last? That was like 30 seconds. Alfonso won with 34 votes. All right, let's go for it. Voted for Ewald Alfonso. Howling Wolf. My God. I can't show the vote count live unless I fiddle around with like all kinds of settings and stuff right now, which I don't know if that would be the most fun way to spend the next, however long. But the end result does get posted in a chat. September 1st, 1946. Civilization 6 is something I've had my eye on, well, since it released. I've played a fair bit of that game in the past, but we might return to it when there's like a quiet period. To answer your question, Muai Camlian. September 1st, 1946. The efforts bore fruit as the contentious leadership vote was won by Ewald Alfonso. During the Congress, Sol announced his retirement from politics. You knew the structure he had established was to stay. The country had become increasingly authoritarian. Oh, this I don't like. I guess if he had made things increasingly authoritarian, which I wish it had communicated before, because that would definitely maybe have affected my loyalty. But I guess he wasn't authoritarian when we were loyal to him at first, and then eventually things started shifting. So if that's the case, then I'll say I was happy that Sol was finally leaving. October 15th, 1946. A month later, your daughter was born. Monica named her Diana. She motivated you during a tumultuous period in the party. The general elections were approaching. The United Solland Party was under the new leadership of Ewald Alfonso. I joined the party effort and campaigned for him. Elena Kelly, glad you could drop by. Thank you again very much. Greatly appreciate the support, and I'm wishing you the best of luck with the rest of the day, with what I assume is like the end of the semester coming up. Hope you have a wonderful weekend ahead of you, and again, thank you very much for dropping by and hanging out. Have a wonderful rest of the day and weekend. It's pronounced Muawiyah Camlian. Is that correct? Muawiyah Camlian? I will try and keep that in mind. I apologize for butchering it earlier. All right, 1949. During the general elections, I read 1949 and I started reading, and I read during the sex, and I was like, whoa, what? During the general elections, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary, diminishing their chances. The extensive privatization program proposed by Ewald Alfonso secured an election victory for the United Swordland Party. Over the next years, privatization, eh? What do? I say, in keeping with our Workers and Resources Soviet Republic playthrough, we maybe are opposed to privatization. Maybe we lean towards what's it called? Like government controlled, planned economy and all that. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Ain't that the truth? Sex scandal with his secretary. All right, let's see. Did your best in order to make Swordland a better place. Tried all that was necessary to climb up the ladder. Dedicated yourself to the party and its success. I will say, actually, these options, the top one makes most sense. As an idealist, I guess. Did your best in order to make Swordland a better place. 1951. The presidency of Ewald Alfonso saw many bold reforms, but was followed by a serious economic recession. It's got to be because of his policies. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair system hampered all opposition efforts to win. Ooh. You thought that your party could not survive another crisis, you were worried about the economic recession, or you worried that your reputation would be tarnished along Alfonso. Economic recession, eh? Oh my god, Natalie P. Secretary shaking my head. Nisarg trying to get me demonetized here. Vivek coming back in a bit. Alright, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Alfonso was the hidden snake. We're in politics. Quote unquote, isn't everybody? We aren't, obviously. Damn. I was worried about the economic recession. That'll affect everybody. That'll affect everybody, right? I want to make sure that everyone's, again, we care for people is one of the things that we want to, want to try and stay in tune with. Together with Peter, your presence in the USP grew, and you became the face of a new wing in the party. You effectively took over the leadership as President Alfonso lost control of the country. The moment to make a move had come. Control of the country. The moment to make a move had come. You should have stepped down. I think we should advise him to step down. It's the diplomatic thing to do. This is overly dramatic. This is very much against our core principles. So we're going to advise that he step down. January 1953. He didn't take your advice seriously and started to reshuffle his cabinet, but most of his inner circle abandoned him. Your diplomatic attitude made the party vote you in as the party leader. Following this, you announced that you would be running for president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. It was your turn. October 1953. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to enact democratic reforms. Oh, we've been voting in chat. Versus preserve national values. I know what that rabbit hole is. The people are tired of empty promises. We need fundamental change in our institutions and government. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us. Brothers and sisters, a new constitution and a new age is upon us. The broadcast ended. November 5th, 1953. On Election Day, billions went out to cast their votes. It was time to face the truth. Chapter 1. President Reign. Can you imagine going through that entire prologue only to not become president at the end of it? How hilarious would that be? Kyle Macbeth, thank you very much for subscribing. Hope you're enjoying the show as we dive into the actual game now. But yes, thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying. We made it to the end of the intro. Time to end the stream. I know, right? Can you imagine? I thought I saw he privatized the nation. You should have called him out on live TV. Now you're just another politician saving the face of an elite. I see what you're saying. I saw it more as like, am I a diplomatic individual, or am I, you know, going for that TV drama, I suppose? Yes, throw down those flags, throw down those E's. Let's celebrate our political victory. Yeah, that's where we leave it until next time. No, God, no. Christian Martinez says, happy birthday. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Wow, it has some graphics, actually. Yes, the game is a lot more involved in that. I'm sorry. There's a lot to the game, and I've just been, you know, again, this was part of the play with the birthday streams. Like, I do want to hang out with chat a bit more, and have voting procedures. Sant says, don't go with planned economy. If you want social democracy and planned economy, you might cause a crash and a worse crisis. That sounds like a fun challenge. That sounds like a fun challenge. That sounds like a fun challenge. That sounds like a... That does sound like a fun challenge. I might, you know what I said earlier? I said that I was going to go with the planned economy. Whether that was smart or not, those who are more informed in this world will be able to judge, but I'm going to stick to my promises. Stick to my election promises, as it were. Those who are more informed in this world will be able to judge, but I'm going to stick to my promises as we make our election promises. As Anton Rain, you have made many promises to the people of Solland in order to gain their votes. They must be considered very carefully. Solland's economy had been based on a planned doctrine since its formation until the former president, Ewald Alfonso, enacted free market reforms. Now the country finds itself in between two different economic systems. So, what that's telling me, Sergio LP become Yugoslavia 2.0. As somebody who lived in Yugoslavia when it was Yugoslavia, okay. Gentlemen, we are doomed. Cheers to that. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's stick to our promises to gentlemen, we are doomed. Cheers to that. Chat. And make our election promises accordingly. YouTube doesn't want to celebrate Party's birthday. Yeah, YouTube being mean. YouTube being mean. Sorry about that, folks. Not much I can do about that, unfortunately. It's really unfortunate. Diplomacy. The intensifying global rivalry between capitalist Arcasia in the west and communist United Contana in the east is opening new diplomatic possibilities. Solland could take steps to align itself closer to one. Well, on the back of that comment about Yugoslavia 2.0, if I recall correctly, Yugoslavia was a part of the non-alignment movement, and we too shall be a part of the non-alignment movement. I did indeed, Sergio, I did indeed. Or, yeah, Harsh Yadav, like India, post-independence, non-alignment movement as well, if I'm not mistaken. So sure, let's go ahead and not align ourselves with either side, because they will force our hand in making decisions, right? Immigration. In recent years, Bludish, Wezek, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Solland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by Ewald Alfonso. As a result, tensions in between swords and immigrants have been increasing. I say we can keep immigration relaxed. Again, we must have seen something in Alfonso's... We switched camps to Alfonso for a reason. And it definitely wasn't his economic ideals. So let's go ahead and keep immigration relaxed. YouTube Sarko, just stream on Twitch or something. I don't even have a Twitch account. I'm asking you to migrate. I mean, this is the first time in forever this has happened. Did this stream just restart? Yeah, I'm seeing... I apologize, folks. I apologize. Yeah, let's keep immigration relaxed here. You didn't switch for Alfonso, you switched because of Saul. Ooh, that's a good point. I like that. I do like that. Thomas Fennelly says, happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm okay with these promises. And as you can imagine, election promises are, you know, important. Or not, actually, because you can decide. Term focus. We have also promised to focus on a certain extensive subject within our first term. The people expect us to solve the negative situations within this topic while providing an overall improvement to the related policies. Health. Since the 1940s, the difference of service quality between urban and rural hospitals has been getting increasingly worse, and the average life expectancy has dropped significantly. Education. The lack of schools, teachers, and even classroom equipment in certain areas cause massive gaps in the previously robust education system. Law and enforcement. Increased crime, and even classroom equipment in certain areas cause massive gaps in the previously robust education system. Is pushing law enforcement to their limits, while judges at courts deal with a huge and expanding backlog of legal cases. Or the military. The military protects the country from hostile threats, and while some see it as a massive financial burden, others argue it is a critical deterrent. I'm going to say education is the right focus over here. Promise constitution, so law would be appropriate. Constitutional reform is separate from what this game considers as law. In terms of law, it considers like the promise constitution, so the police force and the processing of cases, as opposed to constitutional reform, which is something that's handled a little differently, a little separately. And yeah, exactly. We can't go military based on our personal experience. I did not know that about the bunny suits, no. Martin Phillipson, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you start wars in this game? I haven't yet. I don't know if that's a possibility, actually. I think, so health makes people happy, crime goes down in a healthy nation. Well, I was thinking education is a good way to, like, help across the board. If there's more education, people are, like, uplifted. People are given more opportunities, because this is a lack of schools at a primary level as well. It's not just about like post-secondary; it's about primary and secondary education as well. So if there's a more educated population, that might be best for the long-term future. Like public health is also important, of course. Education makes more people unlikely to steal, because they have jobs. Like, yeah, I feel like education is a good starting point. Education breeds unrest without health. Well, you know, go to school, become a doctor or a nurse or a general whatever practitioner, surgeon, or whatever, and become a part of the health problem. I'm gonna say I see a lot of like back and forth in chat. I think I'm gonna go with education here. Yeah, if it's lagging for you, Sergio, hit the refresh, because the internet connection on my end is fine. At least that's what YouTube is telling me. It's got to be a YouTube problem. They keep you stupid for a reason. Ooh, Wickles. YouTube is making this unwatchable. Sorry, party. I'll catch the VOD. Have the best birthday. Yeah, sorry about that, C-Mac. It's all good. Nothing to apologize for. YouTube's being problematic, and that's unfortunate. Refresh does not help. Oh, maybe is it my internet now? Oh god, should be fine. I still got the excellent connection. Yeah, it's YouTube. It's YouTube today. Your promises will be remembered, and they will have consequences. Are you sure about your decisions? Yes. Grant Peterson, risk it all. All right. Yeah, if you're being flooded by ads and stuff, that's not me. I just want to make it very clear. I'm not like furiously clicking a button here. It's YouTube being broken, because why would things go smoothly on? Why would things go smoothly today? Yeah, my internet connection's doing fine. 2 weeks have passed since we won the election. And now I was about to be sworn in as the 4th president of Solland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony and cheering my name, Anton Rain. The die was cast. I'm not recording separately, Nasarg, but hopefully the VOD stays together afterwards. God, oh man. I don't know. I might have to stitch the VOD together or something. Recording separately, In hindsight. Google not liking you choosing planned economy? Yeah, I guess. I guess. The die was cast, and there my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride. I had no way of knowing what future awaited me there. Now, these blue text pieces, by the way, they are, there's so much writing in this game, and it's all very well written and stuff as well, so I'm not going to read everything because we're already progressing extremely slowly. This will just slow us down even more. But yeah, there's a lot of information in this game about the world and the setting and you know, all that kind of stuff. I looked at my family. My son and daughter, Frank and Deanna, were next to Monica, my wife. Her eyes were glimmering with pride. By the way, those of you that were asking, this is Monica. Oh, also, that's Frank, and that's Deanna. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in my cabinet. As my thoughts slowly faded away, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me. The time for the oath has come. I am ready. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Solland, and to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the people and the Constitution of the Republic of Solland. You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President. Thank you, Orso Hawker. Mr. Hawker. Wow. Now you gotta make your first speech as president kind of a big deal. Brothers and sisters. The crowd looked very eager to listen to me. Let's talk about the idea of unity. Yeah. For many generations, this country and its long history have kept us tied to an idea. The idea of unity, and our people's right for a free and prosperous life. In the past, there have been times of survival, times of conflict and economic hardship too. But whenever we stand together, we prevailed. Wow. Do I promise that we stop the recession and eliminate poverty? Do I talk about Solland is above all in the world? I don't like that. Or first we must rewrite our broken constitution from 1929. Oh man. Let's talk about the Constitution. I see a couple of you in chat. First, we must rewrite our broken Constitution from 1929. Change now, not in the next decade or years. Today. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt the responsibility, the power, and the burden all at the same time. Enjoy the moment. No, I'm going to wave. I waved at the crowd, which made the crowd cheer louder. I'm picturing like a queen, you know, a queenly wave. y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Natalie P. Yeah, I'm too indecisive to make those decisions sometimes, too. I took a long look at the people of Solland to burn this moment into my memory. One of the presidential guards came by to notify that it was time to leave. I made my way to the leading car in the motorcade. The presidential state car was a jet black Cadillac with flags of Solland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Serge Wolkner. Hello, Mr. President. Still under the effect of the speech I made, hearing my new title made me smile. If you allow me to introduce myself, I am Serge, your new driver, and quite the musician. Nice to meet you, Serge. It's an honor. The honor's all mine. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the car door and gesturing inside. I entered the car. We'll be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Serge proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thoughts again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly made a gesture towards the now closer palace. Isn't it a beauty? The Maroon Palace. He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright that I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of my duty to this nation. So do I, Serge. It is the beating heart of the nation after all. You want to be friendly with your driver. You want to be friendly with everybody, but especially with somebody who controls where you go and if you get to the place you're supposed to get to, you know? Stay nice to him or he will assassinate you. Yeah, it's like it's the beating heart of the nation. So do I, Serge. It is the beating heart of the nation after all. Well said, Mr. President. The car drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance, and stopped in front of the doors. Serge got out of the car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. A morgna wescor. He referred to the famous swordish phrase from the times of revolution. A morgna wescor, vectern sista, which meant morning will come, victory is close. Vectern sista. I don't know what language that's based off of, but feel free to let me know and correct my butchery of it. I made my way upstairs to the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. And now we're actually in the game. God. So, we are president of this glorious nation. Not this, that's not our nation. And as you can see, it is divided into its various provinces or states. Actually, you know what? I don't know what the game refers to them as. Are they provinces or states? You know what? I'm Canadian. They're provinces until the game tells me otherwise. It's a fictional language? Okay, good. I was wondering if it was like based off of something. 2-hour long intro? Yeah, I mean, I hope y'all understand. I apologize to those watching the VOD being like, yo, party, pick up the pace. I'll put a timestamp in or something for those that want to skip past all the hanging out for the birthday party. But yeah, so it's a really beautiful map. Like, I can't get over visually and stuff how nicely represented this game is. K-Moxie, thank you very much for subscribing. I do hope you're enjoying the show. If it is this you're watching, or if it's something else, hope you're having a good time. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You're at your desk. You're at the president's desk. Ooh, that's super cool. I didn't notice that before. So yeah, it's a neat touch. What I like as well, actually, is that things actually update. Like at one point, you can opt to build either a highway or a railway, and accordingly, the map updates based on the legend. So yeah, stuff like that, like little details like that, are really nicely done. I really wanted to get a review done for the game, but there's so much to it that I felt like it was too early for me to make a review. I might still make one just for those that are curious about the game, but I want to make sure I'm talking about the game, thoroughly and properly, obviously. There's a lot to touch on here. So I'll try and describe mechanics as I always do as they become relevant. A couple things to touch on right off the bat, though, is that we can take a look very quickly at our overall, situation in the country, both in terms of our laws, economy, military, welfare, order, so law and order, and then diplomacy as well. How we deal with the the superpowers that are on either, flank of us, how we deal with our other neighbors as well. There's quite a few neighboring nations all around us, and it's a pretty tense situation. There's lots going on. We can also take a look at the political overview so we have an understanding of who the important kind of names and faces are in our cabinet. And we'll be dealing with these guys, and they all have their own personalities and stuff, and they all have like a, you'll find yourself agreeing and disagreeing with people and their attitudes. Like a lot of time, their personality will like influence the decisions you make. There are factions, of course, the Old Guard. They are solists from the old administration who defend the status quo and promote conservative politics. Some claim that they established a deep state that controls the state apparatus. Key figure is Orso Hawker, that is the leader of the Supreme Court, and has established links with many in the administration. There are the oligarchs. They are the few powerful elite who control the majority of the wealth in Swordland. Their influence both in and out of Swordland have been growing due to the privatization efforts in the past. Walter Tusk is their key figure, spokesperson of the Lothburg Group, which controls a huge part of the economy. And again, we can, there's more details about these guys. So if you really want to, know these people and make an opinion, oh, you know what, millionaire, businessman, investor, I don't like you because, X, Y, Z are my policies and my beliefs. It really lets you get into that. And as somebody who enjoys role-playing and stuff, as you can imagine, I like this a lot. And then there are the reformists. They're the representatives in the government united under the call for the democratic reforms. Over the previous years, they have been gaining popularity since the failed rule of the previous government. Franz Richter is the key figure there, is the leader of the PFJP and slowly becoming the face of a major united opposition. We're going to be making friends with Franz Richter, I think, because we do want some reforms. So that's probably something to keep in mind. No beards, no turbans, no cloaks. How can I judge them accordingly? I know, right? Not a single cloak. Actually, I guess Orso Hawker probably. No, that's not a cloak. You're right, Natalie. No capes, no cloaks, no nothing. We can take a look. I love this stuff. I love that it visualizes all this stuff. You can see how many seats we have out of the total number of seats. You can see the opposition as well, and you can see the independents that will become a part of the conversation later as well. Gloria Tori is the speaker. We have the leaders of the assembly as well. So the PFJP is a political party that is focused on liberalism and social democracy. Again, friends with friends. Kisaro Kibner here leads the NFP. Now, the NFP is a nationalist, ultra-conservative political party, so, that's a thing. And then we've got the leader of the independents over here, a politician of Bludish descent. The, thinking about... Nah. That's something we'll get into a bit. The refugee that I let slip through way back in my past, an hour ago, they were Bludish. They're a people, a culture, not a nationality. They don't have their own nation. They're a culture, I guess is the way to put it. Arquez Martin, thank you very much for subscribing. I do hope you're enjoying the show. Final tab over here is the judiciary. You can see the old guards control our Supreme Court over here. The centrists and reformists have a few seats each. But yes, the old guards are in charge of the Supreme Court, and our current constitution proves some challenges as a result of that situation. Notable justices: Heron Garasi is a justice, old guard. Isabel Edmonds is justice, which is a centrist. And then Nia Morgna, Minister of Justice and Law, also a member of the court. Orso Hawker, of course, being the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Swordland. I really love this, but it also makes me extremely nervous. We can take notes, which really helps us keep a track of conversations, incidents. This is something that I love and I don't want to say love and hate, but that's the turn of phrase. I love and hate, right? I love this thing, but as someone with a degree of anxiety, it makes me very anxious because I'm like, well, what is worth writing down? Do I write everything down? Are some things not worth writing down? Because you'll have conversations and you'll want to be like, oh, like right now, really quickly, if I click on one of these places that has a little notepad icon, let's go ahead to ag. So I saw the question asked earlier. These various colors represent the different provinces within our glorious nation. Outside, where you see this like beige tone with the borders, those are the different countries. But yeah, so the colors represent the different provinces. And I'm going to go ahead and click up over here, the capital of Agnland, and you can see there's a report, lack of investment. The mayor of Avery, Eric Neal, reports a lack of adequate infrastructure around Avery, which seriously undermines the attractiveness of Avery's investment climate. Foreign investors, particularly from Agnolia, which is our border up over there, are becoming hesitant to invest in the city. Meanwhile, according to data published by the National Business Council, around 19% of a company's total expenditures in Agenland is absorbed by logistics cost, while in peer regions, this figure is below 10%. Okay, interesting. So should I write down, Agenland needs infrastructure help? Is that worth writing down, or will I be reminded later? You will be reminded later. This is a case where you are reminded later. But like, that's what notes do to me. It's just like, well, should I be writing everything down? It's pretty cool though. I really like that. It's super cool. That's what I mean. Like, I love it. But it makes me so nervous that I'm gonna miss something important. And then finally we have settings. That's, not anything to look at. We do have the codex over here as well, and we have our journal, which just keeps a track of all the important sort of major decisions we've made over the kind of over the time over the course of our term. Sorry, Neil W. What was that? That's kind of lackluster. Your VP's name is Vectron, and the other cabinet member's surname is Morgana. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't know, naming conventions, I guess. Sant important things. Keep important information in the notes. Like if a military general is acting suspicious, or if a politician has a really big wallet. Right. But like, I have that filter problem where it's like, well, what's not important? Lakshya Pity, happy birthday party, and sorry I don't know your real name. Don't worry, nobody in chat does, but party is close enough. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. Party, be careful, governments are watching you. Yeah, honestly, right? Of the current viewers, how many are putting me on a list right now? Note my driver rants a lot. Oh god, can you imagine if like you actually write notes like that and they get found out? Phil, thank you very much, and Gabrielle, exactly, all is important. I feel like Salahuddin at the end of Kingdom of Heaven. But what's important? Nothing. Everything. Oh god, I love that movie. Director's cut. So yeah, we can actually get an idea of what's going on across the nation. Report calls attention to the alarmingly low levels of productivity growth in the region of Agenland, where there are also high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty in inner parts of the region. This is definitely one of the more what's the word I'm looking for? Neglected parts of the nation. Tom, thank you very much. Stopping by to wish me a happy birthday. Appreciate that greatly. Hope you're having a wonderful week and have a cool weekend ahead of you planned. Thanks for dropping by, buddy. Thanks for dropping by. Alright, so that's them. Let's go ahead and take a look at Lac Haven. Port of Lac Haven loses importance. The latest marine traffic reports show that the Port of Lac Haven is no longer the busiest of the Maricopa continent, falling behind to the 3rd position. While this is a negative indicator for our administration, Lac Haven still has the potential to shine again as a major trading center. The Port of Lac Haven is the largest port of Swordland and holds enormous importance for the economy, particularly as the main distribution center linking the capital and inner parts of Swordland to the rest of the world. This major port city will hopefully keep supporting a possible economic upturn in the entire country if investment projects succeed. Oh, we'll find out. I believe that's all the internal things to look at, and of course we have across the board congratulations from the various presidents over here. We've got from President Alvarez, spoke about his hopes to have a beneficial partnership deal in the future, sent his best wishes to the Swordish people, and warned us about the threats of the encroaching Malenievist influence of United Contana from the east, emphasizing the importance of unity in our continent, Maricopa. These guys are Lesbia. Okay, fair enough. We got down over here, Wellen. This is where that border incident took place, by the way, with Wellen having internal strife that forced Blutish refugees into our nation at Bergia specifically, more so than elsewhere. Haldor, hey man, how's it going, dude? How's it going? Thank you very much. Glad you could drop by, buddy. Glad you could drop by. I think you should write down most things, but make sure to categorize your note, like people needs that's clever. That is clever. Or I can trust the collective memory of chat and myself. Congratulations from President Smolak. Sent his congratulations on the election victory and wished for a cooperative future between Welland and Swordland, signaling a desire to normalize the diplomatic situation between the two countries. Very well. We have up over here Rumburg. Oh, would you look at that? Rumburg doesn't send us a congratulatory message. Yo. Rude. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really quite beautiful. About the country flag thing. That's, yo, what the, yeah, hey, excuse me. I just became president, buddy. The Republic of Agnolia. And look at that, the spelling on their seal with the LJA. And the Republic. I don't know. I like little things. Prime Minister Van Houten congratulated us on our election and praised our party's stance on just and transparent elections. He signaled his wishes to continue the trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to earlier trade deals, which he believes gave Swordland unfair advantages. This is my congratulatory message from you. Come on, man. Be a bit more diplomatic. Those kinds of talks can wait. And here we have Volksland. Oh, you know what? My apologies. The superpowers are not neighboring us. It just feels like they are, because their demands become pretty evident pretty quick. Congratulations from Chancellor Hegel. Sent his congratulations on your great victory and wished for close cooperation between our countries in the future. Hegel signaled concessions from Volksland in case of a promising trade deal. He also congratulated the Swordish democracy for the successful elections and warned us about the threat Arcasia's growing influence poses for Eastern Mercopa. The royal Rumburg is the place where the royal family is exiled. Ah, interesting. All right, that is all internal and external conversations taken. Well, not conversations, but situations updated. We can take a look at the news as well, and I love the news as well because these obviously every major decision, Rudberg, I love it. Every major decision will result in news articles being posted. They all have their political alignments, and sometimes they'll get caught off guard because you'll say one thing and you'll be like, hey, look, people, I'm saying something very nice. There's no way this will bite me. And then you see the newspapers the next day and someone, has spun what you said, and it's infuriating in the best possible way. Reading the news can be very interesting. President Anton Reign has been sworn into duty in a great ceremony in Hulsord. Thousands have attended the ceremony where President Reign has met with his supporters for the first time after his election. In his inauguration, Reign spoke of unity, bringing focus on people's right for a free and prosperous life. For many generations, this country and its long history have kept us tied to an idea, the idea of unity, said the new president before he went on to start his first day in the Maroon Palace. Swordland today reports President Anton Reign, the new president, has been sworn into office by the Chief Justice Urso Hawker. Another great win for the USP and Anton Reign, who managed to get 37% of the general vote. The first congratulations came from Kisaro Kibner of the National Front Party. Ooh, he got to us first. The runner-up of the general vote, the PFJP, didn't concede until the last minute, but the results were clear since several hours in. Thousands of supporters have gathered in the streets of Hulsord, chanting campaign slogans, waving flags, and displaying USP party banners to display unwavering support to the newly elected president. The public mood is very positive in the capital from all accounts on the ground. The city is celebrating that a Hulsordian has become the president of Swordland. Can I bribe news outlets? Ricky, cool, that is, talking to media magnates is absolutely a thing. It is absolutely a thing. Lackhaven Times. The new assembly begins duty. President Anton Reign has been elected 4th president of Swordland in the 7th Swordish elections. The United Swordland Party has won the election on Sunday with just over 37% of the vote, while Franz Richter, the leader of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, could gain just over 20%. Kisaro Kibner, the head of the right-wing National Front Party, is in the 3rd place with just over 11%. The Communist Party of Swordland and the Workers' Party of Bludia both won just below 10% of the vote, failing to pass the 10% election threshold. The new term begins with the opposition PFJP and NFP under the USP government. The unrepresented votes below the threshold resulted in the USP taking 52% of the seats in the Grand National Assembly, giving them the law-making power. The new seat numbers have been finalized as follows: USP 130, PFJP 70, NFP 40, and Independents 10. Oh man, you know, wow, okay. I missed that little detail the first time I was playing through this. I was like, oh, okay, we got 37% of the vote, but somehow we have a majority government? That's why. Because of that election threshold, I guess that's why. Okay, huh. Interesting. Lorenzo, how's it going, man? Glad you can make it. You want to be president? Just remember to put this game on your resume? Yeah. Liking some of the innovative ideas that this game presents. Oh, dude, yeah. I just yeah. And it gets insane. It gets really insane. It just wildly. I made a decision. I don't want to spoil anything. I'll probably end up making the same decisions because I genuinely believe in the decisions I made that one time. Another USP president. Oh, the radical. Voice of the unheard. That subline there. How many times will people fall for the same trap? We've seen this before with Colonel Saul, who supposedly saved this country and brought stability in times of chaos. His stability, however, meant a life of oppression. Any opposing voices were silenced, and many were persecuted. Next was Alfonso, who was elected as the liberal reformer to bring change to the USP in Swordland. Seeing his unfortunate inability, his own cabinet resigned. As the third USP candidate becomes president, it is high time to realize that real change won't come from their party. And did I skip The Economist? Well, bad. Restructure the infrastructure. After the recent successful mega infrastructure projects from United Cortana and Volksland, the world is warming up to this idea as a source of growth and employment. But is there any truth to this success? Our investment analysis indicates that infrastructure investments can be fruitful in the short term, but even more so in the long term, especially if they focus on linking economic nodes that business logistics depend on. This is, however, the first step. The crux of the matter is diversification of investment, where the government supports employment and growth. It is key to help private businesses with government contracts, tax breaks, and political support in order to create a self-sufficient and dynamic economy. I wouldn't expect, with this typeface, these colors, and that name, I would not expect them to be of this leaning, I suppose. The government's role in Swordland should be to integrate to the world economy and reap the benefits of global trade. Economic growth and income inequality of this country won't be fixed otherwise. End Solonomics. A new era begins for Swordland, and it holds many economic questions that will need to be answered by President Rain. Our top economic analysts, with consultation from the National Business Council, yeah, I'm sure they don't have any personal biases. The National Business Council have released a comprehensive report on the performance of the past 20 years. A certain section of the report stands out. The last two four-year plans of the planned doctrine created a budget deficit and a clear reduction of the industrial production output. This was specifically due to mismanagement and inefficient bureaucracy. Well, those are the problems we have to solve then. The year-on-year growth, budget balance, and production index values indicate that the two most productive consecutive years had been when the privatization program of Alfonso began in 1949. Our editorial team, with the help of experts like Mikhail Avin and Edith Anyok, have come to the conclusion that the recession was not actually caused by Ewald Alfonso's bold privatization program, but by the drastic obstructions of state executives hindering the plan. President Rain must take the advice of planned economy proponents around him with a pinch of salt. Otherwise, he could find himself in the same spot of Tarkin Saul in the mid-40s. Rehan Ufa, I want to say I love how chill this community is. Thanks, I guess. We're just chilling while party telling bedtime stories. Well, I concur. I do love how chill the community is. Honestly, being able to hop on to celebrate my birthday with y'all has been it's been special. A moment of vulnerability, I suppose. I was kind of bummed out. It's my 30th birthday. As those of you that follow the channel might know, I'm a bit of a sucker for milestones. And I was hoping to do something big for my 30th birthday. I don't really care about my age and getting old and all that stuff. That'll come when I hit my 40s or 50s maybe. But yeah, I was just like, I want to do something big, and I was like, yeah, it's a Friday. Maybe we can do a little stream and just chill and have fun. And y'all, honestly, y'all have made the start of my day absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It really was. It was kind of a bummer that I couldn't do something wild for my 30th. I was planning it for not planning it actively for a year, but I was thinking about it oh, what am I gonna do next year? I turn 30, and then so thank you all. Thank you to the community. And again, if you like what you see in chat during live streams and stuff, the link to the Discord is in the in the description down below. It is a wonderful community, fantastic people to hang out with and chill with and game with, and it wouldn't be that way without all of you. It wouldn't be that way without all of you. 30s are the new late teens, 20s. Ain't that the truth, man? Ain't that the truth? Jeez, with the way the world works nowadays. Sergio, you're an absolute champ, the best YouTuber out there. Love to be with you this day. Well, thank you very much, man. Those are very kind words. I appreciate that greatly. I appreciate that greatly. What could be bigger than having 200 people to your birthday party? Hey, ain't that the truth? Oh, can you imagine having physically 200 people in the same space again? Wild. But yeah, talk about, some biases over here, right? God. Maybe that's something worth noting. Oh, God. I shouldn't. Oh, God. The official president's notes. Can you imagine the president taking notes like that? It's like, maybe, I don't know, perhaps. All right, let's go ahead and actually engage in some of the situations happening over here at Hulsord. That is the capital. So we've got some logistical issues. The mayor of Hulsord reports that the rising population and fast urban expansion has resulted in high levels of congestion in the city traffic. The logistics report underlines increased traffic and slow transportation routes as the biggest problems of the capital. The mayor also reported that the absence of a well-designed, large, land-based logistics center where all transporters come together is one of the greatest problems for domestic transporters, because Hulsord is a big metropolis. Transporters are scattered all over Hulsord, having established such centers in 10 different districts. Very well. And the general staff gathers. The general staff convened right after the election to congratulate our victory. All branches of the Swordish armed forces were represented in the meeting that took place at Camp Strongarm. There's a name, Camp Strongarm. Yeesh. With massive security measures. The chief of the armed forces, Vulcan Kruger, made a public press statement highlighting the increasing chance of military confrontation in eastern Maricopa and requested support to strengthen the military. We'll talk about that when the time comes, Mr. Kruger. We need trains and highways. If I make the train tracks, then things might get worse. Oh, these issues, I mean, like most of this stuff is easily remembered, at least for now. Agenland. My issue with Agenland is how to say its name. That requires uplifting. It's the most neglected province in our nation. It is suffering economically, and the infrastructure is failing it. Lackhaven's port is losing popularity. It's also suffering from infrastructure issues, and our capital is suffering from infrastructure. Infrastructure is sort of like a global kind of an issue. Global as in across the nation is a national issue. So yeah. First policy, change the uncool camp names. Camp Strongarm. How about Camp Hugs a Lot? Camp Beautiful Day. All right, let's see. Briefing on the current political situation or briefing on the current economic situation? Well, let's take a look at the political situation. First, I don't think the order matters. Lackhaven was the port, but it also needs help in, naval travel is a part of the is an infrastructure conversation as well, and then infrastructure does become relevant in terms of keeping a port alive, I suppose. Camp, I like that. Camp. Yo, I go to Camp Hugs a Lot. Yeah, right? Camp Champ, Camp Tiny Whips. Oh no, that escalated quick. Haldor, oh dear. All right, let's see. Briefing on the current political situation. Peter Vectorn arrived a couple of minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton. We won! Finally, all those years with our noses to the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm, but today he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Enjoying the new secretary I picked out for you? Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes. My God, dude. And on that note, M. Cool, thank you very much for subscribing. I hope you're enjoying the show, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the show. Rather chill for now, considering it's a political game. I feel like I'm reliving my geography lesson. Oh, it gets wild. I like the game in an entertaining way stresses me out. I love it. Peter will betray you. No, no, keep your clothes on, Peter. I know, right? He gestured to the slight paunch that protruded over his waistband with regards to his comment about the staff not being easy on the eyes. But hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we would be sitting here in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. Let's celebrate then. I got my hands on something special for us. Listen, dude, let's not drink now. Let's drink after the meetings. Yeah, we will celebrate at the inaugural ball. Just hang in there until the evening, buddy. Come on. He's going to die. Oh, all these dark premonitions. We will celebrate at the inaugural ball. Just hang in there until the evening. Looking forward to it. Evelyn hopes to congratulate you in person there. Can't click on that name. Good to know. I'm sure the kids would love to see. We'll see each other at the ball then. Well, again, I want to be friendly. He's my best friend from like high school and stuff. I'm sure the kids would love to see their Uncle Peter for the first time as the vice president. That's great to hear. It's crazy how fast the two have grown up. You're a good father. Aw, I try to be. Peter had a wistful look in his eyes. He and Evelyn had never been able to have kids of their own. During our campaign, the opposition had floated the rumor that he'd fathered illegitimate children during his wilder years. It had never been substantiated. Yo, that can wreck a family. The door swung open and Lucien Galade, my chief strategist, walked in. He was a compact man with sharp, bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. Gentlemen, the tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you're exactly on time. Hello, Peter. Lucien then turned towards me, very slightly bowed his head. Lucien, how are you? I am ready and able, sir. Lucien spoke in soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. We will start the meeting by evaluating the current situation. The majority of the Swordish people demand change. They are more concerned about the economy than the Constitution, but they blame the system for their problems. People are losing their trust in our democracy. This frustration even causes some to reason with figures like Bernard Circus. It is expected that we bring the change the last government did not. This is a Swordish poet, novelist, short story writer, and politician. He joined the Red Youth during the Swordish Civil War and fled Swordland after the war was over, surviving the purge of Tarkin's soul. He moved to United Cortana and studied sociology at the Communist University of Kyo. There, he was influenced by the artistic experiments of Kontanan poets who advocated futurism, as well as the ideological vision of Maleniev. This guy is a communist through and through, and I figured I should highlight that because, you know, he's an important figure and that contextualizes this statement. And I like that a lot about this game, is like, you know, these are actual people. You're an actual person in this world. It informs you about the things that you should know in having these conversations. Vladislav, well, happy birthday, dude. What a coincidence indeed. Happy birthday. Who is Lucifer? Lucien, not Lucifer. Unless you're talking about Lucifer, you know, the Lucifer. Capital L, Lucifer. Franz Richter, leader of the Reformists, believes that true change can only be done by transferring some of our powers to the Assembly. I'll move into the details of the demands shortly. We need to listen to the people. If we lose power as the government, we won't be able to execute changes. I agree with the Reformists. Our responsibility is to democratize our current broken system. Democracy prevails. But I also feel like we do need to listen to the people to serve the country. I want to say our responsibility is to democratize our current broken system. That is the political way, I suppose, to listen to the people. Yeah. I'm thinking I agree with the Reformists. Ease, how's it going, man? Glad you can make it. Having a good day, I hope. Work day over, weekend started. That's exactly what we campaigned for. A true change for the country to move forward. Oh yeah, goddamn, that was one of our campaign angles, right? We have to, like, you have to keep in mind the promises you made, and people will remind you, like, hey, remember we promised this. Do you want to break your promises? You can if you want to, but that comes up fairly often. Just here for a quick bit before gaming yourself. Sounds good, dude. Glad you could drop by. What's the play? What are you playing? And thank you very much, Radislav. Thank you very much. Been subscribed to your channel for over 2 years now. Oh damn, that's half the life of the channel. We will need many allies against the old guards in the government. Again, those are the traditionalists, so to speak. They are literally the old guard. Mr. Richter managed to influence many members of Assembly to give their support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. While the reformist wing inside our party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the Assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. Okay, interesting. They aren't wrong to agree that we need change, but we should be in charge. Mr. Richter could be a potential ally to maintain a majority in the Assembly. Yeah. Or our party must fall in line with our position. We can't have a strong divide. Ah, damn. I agree with all of these, you know? I agree with all of these options. Republic of Play, hey dude, how's it going, man? Glad you could drop by today. Hey party, you know if you're a channel member, do ads get removed from that channel? They do not. Channel members do not see ads removed. That is only if you have YouTube Premium. You don't see ads from any channel. And YouTube Premium is also, like, it's got other benefits as well. Channel members only get the perks that you lay out, so access to emojis, they get the little icon, the little symbol next to their name, like Natalie P over there. That's the name that lol ads are all, as Natalie says. Yeah. So ads do not get removed. yeah, for sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good day, dude. Folks, if you like strategy games, by the way, do not hesitate to check out Republic of Play as well. Dude's been covering strategy games. How old is the channel now, man? It's been 2 years. I mean, the channel itself you've been doing for a lot longer than that. But yeah, check out Republic of Play. Lots of games coverage. Also primarily strategy games, but dabbles in other things from time to time as well. Make an alliance with Richter. Yeah, I'm thinking it's good to have an alliance and maintain that majority. We should make friends. Forcing our party to fall in line. I mean, the old guard. I don't know. Would they? I don't know if they would. August 2017. 3 years, man. It's wild to think back on. It was 3 years ago. Jesus. I can't believe it's December. I can't believe it's December 2020. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, let's go with a potential ally. Maintain a majority in the Assembly. He's definitely key in this. Reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto power, ensure that the Supreme Court is independent, and take away their right to vote on constitutional amendments. Yeah, separate the Supreme Court. Like, if the Supreme Court is able to vote on, it's a separation of responsibilities. Is this conversation over here? Limiting my veto powers is not a terrible idea. This is another thing the game often does, is like it makes you go, well, that doesn't help me, but it helps the country. What do I, where do I stand? I'm okay with their demands. Jade of Arc comes through with a super chat. Happy birthday from Germany. Thanks for the years of entertainment. Stay safe and keep being you. A little smiley face at the end there. Thank you very much, Jade of Arc. I appreciate that greatly. I will endeavor to keep being me. Apparently people like that. Thank you very much. Those are very kind words. And it's great to see you hanging around with the channel for so many years. I still remember when I quit my job. I still remember the conversation stuff from back then. Veto sounds horrible in English. Veto? How do you mean? How do you mean? I support the reformers. We need a proper balance of power in this country. We must listen to their demands, otherwise we're no different than the previous administrations. I won't allow them to influence me. We shape our own future. Well, very, very key. My first job, I was teaching a friend of mine in high school French. I was his French tutor. That was my first job. Technically answering the question. So many years ago. I'm gonna say we must listen to their demands. Ooh. We'll listen to their demands. We won't support them. They must support us. I'm thinking. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? We must listen to the demands. Otherwise, we're no different than the previous administrations. I don't understand Spanish. Verdad means, isn't that true? No es nativa. Can't guess. Guessing something about being a local or, you know, native, and verdad is like true, right? Am I close? Guessing here. Guessing here. Yeah, this I think this is the right call. We must listen to the demands. Peter says, I agree. It's better not to go against the wind of change that is raging around the country at this moment. And the old guards will do their best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Hawker and his allied judges have a great influence over the Supreme Court, which would be tough to break. And especially since that's one of the demands, is that they have less power. I love Wickles. For some reason, YouTube decides to censor that message. I don't know why. The court also has an abrupt power over constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we cannot even change it. And that's the big one. We are Gamers867. Thank you very much for subscribing, buddy. Hope you're enjoying. See, like, you have to separate. Like, that's the court needing to approve these kinds of changes. Is that okay? You know, is that too much power for them? You can make a coalition with the reformists. That means you can agree with them in most of the stuff. Yeah, for sure. But I want to be very careful with that verbiage that I picked in that last bit there. We need a comprehensive bill to balance the power structure more fairly. We must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or another. I'd rather not go against them. Poses high risks. I mean, I could get assassinated at any time. We'll need a comprehensive bill to balance the power structure more fairly. Is, I think, the diplomatic way to state it. How many languages do I know actually? Well, I don't know if I could say I know English. I know English well enough, I guess. Three I can read, write, and speak, and one I can speak. And when I say speak, I mean understand as well. Yeah. And then, you know, little bits of other languages. But that doesn't count, though. That doesn't count. I agree. The old guard won't like this, though. Yeah, well, they'll have to deal with it, won't they? They'll have to deal with it. I love YouTube Sarko. I love that got blocked by YouTube, because you're suggesting how Wickles can avoid YouTube from auto blocking, and then YouTube auto blocks your message there. Cheeky, but apparently YouTube says no. A comprehensive reform that would make the reformists happy would mean maintaining a balance between all branches of the government, which means removing your absolute veto as well. Reformists demand the loopholes in the Constitution to be fixed. I'm okay with that. We cannot, no. It's like, I'm not going to go on like an assassination run or anything over here. We can't underestimate the situation. But Wickles, what fun is that? I'm not from Yugoslavia. I'm not from Yugoslavia. We lived there for 4 years, I think it was. Belgrade. We were in Belgrade for 4 years. I was super young though, so I barely remember much of anything. I was super young. We will figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of the 250 seats in the assembly. That is power. However, to reform the Constitution, we must receive a 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court. That equates to 6 votes. After we have settled our thoughts on how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Our first goal must be to get the 150 signatures needed to start the process. Following the green light from the USP, we will reach out to the other party leaders to see if they would back our draft, and then the last step is to convince the justices of the court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with the Reform Committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. We will write a more democratic constitution with the reformists. The new constitution should give the president wide-ranging powers to lead Solland into the future. We could work with the old guard to protect our existing extensive powers. So you can see the branching paths, like right from before the beginning, really. The branching paths begin. The replayability is something to be admired there. But we will write a more democratic constitution with the reformists. That's what we've been saying. That's what we've been preparing internally. People elected us because of our promise for democratic reforms. The key thing here will be strengthening the power of the assembly, which we already lead with majority. Peter nodded in agreement. Yes, the divisions of power need to be rebalanced for a better Solland. According to the initial draft we made with the reformists, there are 2 changes to the Constitution that are not open for discussion. Lucien opened his dossier. First, The Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. Second, the president's absolute veto will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing the current loopholes. I have no problems with these clauses. Let's work with the reformists. Yes, sir. Lucian nodded. We will form a reform committee together with all the parties and start reaching out to all the stakeholders in the Assembly and the court for a new constitution. More information about the request of each party's and reform contents will be available later this year. Lucian takes notes. Oh no, should I be taking notes? Another important point. We must be aware about the Lothberg group. The oligarchs convene under this group to influence economic policies. Founded by Noel Tusk. That's a villainous name, Noel Tusk. It reminds me of what is it? Fisk? No, Fisk? Yeah. That's a villainous name. The oligarchs convene under this group to influence economic policies. According to reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pockets. They will surely try to bribe us for their special economic interests. I won't be bought. I won't be bought. It won't happen. Oh, I will enter a dialogue with them eventually. We need to be diplomatic. Okay, fine. We need to be diplomatic. We've been diplomatic in the past. We'll continue to be diplomatic. Fisk? Yeah, okay, cool. See, someone takes notes, aggressively starts doodling. That sounds like my note-taking. Lucian looked at Peter. As far as I know, Simon Hall has some ties to this group, and we may try using his influence, if we deem it necessary. Politician and businessman who serves as the Minister of Economy, Commerce, and Energy of Solland. Fair enough. I'm aware of Mr. Hall's wide network. That will come in handy. They're an important force, one that we can use to our advantage, or that group is dependent on our economic policies, can't move a finger without us. Mr. Hall's network might come in handy. We'll keep our thing open, right? Haldor, I'm going to get this game for sure. You liking it? Yeah, I really like it. I really like it. And I mean, we're not even scratching the surface here. We just need to be careful. We need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players in order to survive our turn. Lucian looked at his watch. Well, the gentleman, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be about our media strategy. Talk to you soon, sir. I will keep in touch. See you in the next meeting, Lucian. Anton. Lucian and Peter bid their farewells and left. Can you imagine meetings at work being like that? Can you imagine? Possible. Oh, look. We've stuck to our agenda. Everyone was on time, and now we leave on time. Impossible. Country overview has updated. Something has changed in the law section. We can see that. And the change is the Reform Committee. A Reform Committee has been formed to discuss the possibilities of a new constitution with all parties in the government. The game is now live, yes, on Steam, GOG, and Humble. In fact, actually, if you're planning on picking it up, yeah, here's me again being, I don't know, I should be more on the ball about this, but Humble Bundle, as y'all know, I have, there's a couple things I should check. I have an affiliate thingy is the word that comes to mind with Humble Bundle. I also, let's see if the game is available. No, it's not on Nexus. So we're gonna go ahead and Suzerain. Spelling it is always tough. It's on sale right now as well, actually. And if you want to pick the game up, you can grab it over here at this link to support the channel while you do. Bam. There you go. That's a little affiliate link. You don't feel obligated at all, but as well as charity. Humble Bundle's whole MO, of course. So yeah, I completely, maybe something I should have kept in mind going into the stream. But as again, those of you who are familiar with the channel know, I'm very I don't self-shill enough. I'll keep in case $1's cheap, and yeah, keep that link set aside. And I'll probably add it to the description as well. But yeah, it does support the channel, does support charity. Do not feel pressured in any way, of course. But yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there. Thanks for reminding me in the chat there, buddy. Thank you very much. So, what's the deal over here at Dare? Increasing homelessness. The region of Bergia is among the worst hit regions in Solland, where homelessness has skyrocketed since the economic recession. The number of homeless in the city of Dare is more likely to have increased by 25% in the last year. The rise was particularly stark among Bludish people, where homelessness increased by 72% in just 6 years. It is reported that homelessness among the ethnic minorities has reached the highest level in more than a decade. The Bluish minority of the region now account for up to 47% of all homeless people there. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, Vasil, no, I haven't yet listened to Russian reggae. I haven't listened to music in like a month, 2 months, it feels like, honestly. There was a game called Real Politics. I played that a couple years ago in early access. It started out pretty interesting, but never really took off. Was pretty limited and basic. Isn't there a sequel to Real Politics? I thought I saw a sequel come out recently. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's an interesting topic to tackle and make interesting. Oh, by the way, I was asked earlier if we cannot see details about countries. You absolutely can. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. I meant to answer it earlier, but we were in the middle of those conversations. But you can totally see details about the countries. You can totally see details about your relations with them. Let's take a look at Rudberg here. Relations bad. That explains the fact that they didn't congratulate my my victory here. But yeah, so for those of you that were asking that, there you go. There you go. Also, our journal has updated. I declared my intentions to work with the reformists for the constitutional reform. A good way to remind us of the decisions we have made. You know. All right, let's go ahead and Vasil, if you're in our Discord, send me that song name. We have a whole channel dedicated to music. Tag me and send me that song name, and I'll check it out. It's good to have a direct recommendation. A public opinion report. People's views on the need for democratic reform in the government structure has changed over the last decade. Reformist propaganda from leaders of the People's Freedom and Justice Party, Franz Richter, have resulted in a massive increase in the demands for democratic reforms. It is estimated that currently 55% of the population supports the reformists' ideas. Okay, that's a majority. That's good. Let's do the briefing on the current economic situation and do the media strategy meeting after that. Yes, Sant, I remember the message from earlier too. Yes. Oh, and Neil dropping the Discord link. YouTube Sarko following up with the Discord link as well. And Kazuna coming through with a donation. Thank you very much for that donation, Kazuna. I appreciate that greatly. Happy birthday, PE. Just woke up to say you're awesome. Wow. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate those kind words tremendously. Thank you. Thank you greatly. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Bringing a smile to my face. Simon Hall, Gus Manger, and Lilius Graf were about to arrive at the White Room for our scheduled economy meeting. This was the room in the Maroon Palace where all important meetings were held. 2 assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood with it by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. From the hallway, I heard Lilius Graf's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. Gus! Do you really think that such an economically advanced area is more in need of investment than Agneland? Lilius, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of color a bright yellow nearest star on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. Gus Manger. Don't be an idiot, Lilius. What about the unemployment crisis the greater Holsword and Gelsland regions are going through? These areas are our economic heartland. Tried to click on this guy's name and skip past instead. Cabinet? Gus. That's what Gus looks like. I should have just clicked on his portrait. Gus curled his hands into a fists. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration, but neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any other. The newsprint's quick indeed. Yeah, the news. I should have checked it between our meetings, but I will check it shortly afterwards. Because it doesn't. Old news articles don't disappear; they stay up there. Simon Hall quickly stepped between the 2 ministers without looking at either of them. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I am very well and motivated, Mr. Ray. It seems our ministers are feeling the same. I can clearly see that. Great to hear. Let's begin. I'm trying to make a good first impression. Human, thank you very much. Happy birthday, he says. Thank you. Back in town and off to catch up on my Bannerlord upvotes. Sounds good. Glad you could drop by, though. Thank you. A really good strategy to boost the economy is breaking the corrupt monopolies, but keeping the free market and the social policies. Good to know. Is there a day system or what marks progress? So there are chapters, and it makes reference to time passing, but it doesn't. Dates aren't so specific is I guess the best way to answer that. Great to hear. Let's begin. Of course, Mr. President. Simon pulled a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wiped his glasses. My staff and I have comprehensively analyzed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom were now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. Oh, you can put that there. He pointed below the painting of President Saul. The assistants placed the projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. Leave now. I mean, thank you, and please, leave now. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had a way with people, but his facility with numbers had made him the most sought-after economic specialist in Solland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. Yawn. I can just choose to yawn. If you're seeing lag, Gabriel, it might be worth doing a little refresh there. Hopefully it's not a big problem. Came back in time to say bye again. Sounds good, Nissa. Give yourself a wonderful rest of the day. I will wait. I will not yawn at my Minister of Economy. I will wait. Lilius leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station construction in Estord? While going through his briefcase, he paused for a brief moment to answer. It got stalled due to government property boundary issues. I've been meaning to look at it. I can take a look at that one. Estord needs all the security help it can get. Oil-rich city. Oh no. Oh, it does need all the security it can get. Founded in the 14th century as a silver mining town, but fortunes turned when the mines ran dry. Current situation is bleak. Blackouts are routine, public services are barely keeping up, and organized crime has taken hold with gang wars bloodying the streets of the city. It's Estord. Up over here. Sure. More time for me to spend on analyses. His eyes glittered when he finally found the slides he was looking for. There have been some developments about the Swordish Ren losing further value today. We have been trying to stabilize it with a central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for our administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? What is our GDP and debt situation? Our current GDP is 310 billion Swordish Ren, and the national debt is 427 billion. Yikes. It's still hard to fathom that we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth. The past 3 years were tough. Peter Nosserani, thank you very much for subscribing. I do hope you're enjoying the show, buddy. I do hope you're enjoying the show. Alright, what is our unemployment and inflation rate looking like? Unemployment has skyrocketed and is now at a staggering 16%. And the inflation is at a relative high of 7%. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. The inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. And what is the status of the recession? The economy has been in a recession of about 6%, negative 6% in the past year. The average GDP has dropped from Swordish Ren 15,454 per capita to 10,359 from 1951 to now. That is a huge drop per capita. The DJZ Tech just came here to tell you happy birthday from Staten Island, New York. Well, thank you very much. Glad you could drop by. Haldor was happy to see the 2-hour Bannerlord episode. Going to chill with some red wine and Bannerlord tonight. Absolutely loving that playthrough. Glad to hear it, man. Yeah, I've been having a good time with that. I wanted to make it special. It was between doing a stream or doing a longer session, and because of this, I wanted to do a 2-hour session. Now I'm glad to hear people are enjoying it. Looking at the comments and stuff as well. This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we can reach GDP growth, the better. Steven Rutkowski, thank you very much for subscribing. Again, do hope you're enjoying the show, buddy. I have all the information needed. Let's move on to the economic strategy. Alfonso's privatization and the economic data. Not a coincidence. I like where your head's at. Any thoughts yet on Phoenix Point Year 1 Edition? Did you try it out yet? Did much improve? Jade of Arc, I've been struggling with that conversation because my issues with Phoenix Point go beyond the game itself, as those of you who've been following the channel for over a year now may know. I might check it out. I might not. I don't know. I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one for me. It's a tough one for me. But it's been on my mind ever since, you know, the last couple weeks that they've been talking about the Year 1 edition coming out and whatnot to Steam finally. Alright. Simon scattered the paper stack in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at his notes before clearing his throat. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize the crisis. The primary subject we need to settle on is what the general path we will take for our term. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s, and Alfonso's privatization began during the end of the 40s. What will our administration focus on? One of our main promises was to promote a planned economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I still don't think this was a good idea. We shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It is the reason of the recession. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. Simon ignored the statement. Our promise was a planned economy. Sergio looks like I'm Simon Halls. Am I interested in Cyberpunk? Yo, I am very interested in Cyberpunk. Yeah, I play RPGs a lot on the side. On the channel from time to time. The channel is mainly like strategy and tactics and tactical RPGs and whatnot. But, you know, I have dabbled in RPGs on the channel as well. Like, what was that? Kingdom Come Deliverance, for example, where it's more like, you know, like quote-unquote pure RPG. So Cyberpunk is definitely something I'm super excited for. I love, like you know, Witcher games I enjoy thoroughly, so not trying to get too hyped up for it, but I am excited for it, for sure. Yeah, very interested for sure. Remember the consequences before making a decision here. Yeah, oh, I know. Oh, I know. Economic systems without regulation are bound to fail. What are the consequences of the free market? The more of the economy we control, the better we can manage the recession. What are the downsides of the planned economy? Economic systems without regulation are bound to fail, is what I think is what I think. Gabriel, you headed out? Well, enjoy the VOD and enjoy Phantom Brigade as well. Thank you for dropping by. It's great having your company. And thanks again for the birthday wishes. Have a wonderful evening, night, day, and a wonderful weekend. Thank you. Salute you right back. Let's see. Let's ask all the questions. Right? Question everything is something we did as a child, right? What are the consequences of the free market? There are not many, but one could say that we are much more likely to be influenced by the world economy. It is important to think about this subject because the upswings of the world economy will reflect good on ours too. Yes, but the downtrends will hurt ours as well. Oh, there it is. Yes, and when the global economy crashes, we go down with it. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to the predictions at the time anyway. Either way, even if we pick one of the doctrines, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis, so that's good. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is a chaotic economic plan. That is also a good point. Finally, something we can both agree on the list. There's another important point which has a direct impact on our economy. Superpowers. Like the ability to fly. We have done well not aligning ourselves with any one of them. Economically speaking, an isolationist policy overall could only work if we were to reap the benefits of both spheres and their rivalry. This is very dangerous to attempt, but still possible. Non-alignment. We must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Swordland. We cannot give in to their wants now or in the future. Otherwise, our country will turn into a pawn. And there are many decisions and stuff that come through as well that are like, hey, you need some help, buddy? We'll help you out. All we want in return is a couple of air bases, just some military bases, and we'll help you out through your tough times. Like that, those kinds of conversations do happen in the game. Those kinds of conversations do happen in the game. Jade of Arc. Oh yeah, Phantom Brigade. Not sure if I should thank you or blame you for ruining what little free time I had. Made me break my Epic Store rule too. I've been saying it for 2 years in my most anticipated games lists. Phantom Brigade will be the game that finally pulls me. And it's doing it to others too. Blanca Almagro, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Glad you could drop by. Swordland will not be controlled by any nations. Saul was right all along. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. Still haven't decided on what if they wish to come to with a deal. Time will show staying neutral will work out. No, we will not be controlled by any nations. We will make our decisions individually, working with both and, you know, playing them against each other as well if possible. Howling Wolf, gotta go do dad stuff. Happy birthday again, and have a great day. Well, enjoy doing the dad stuff. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Have yourself a wonderful rest of the day, a beautiful weekend ahead of you as well. And, yeah, have fun. Have fun. Happy fathering. A good way to put it, indeed. Happy dadding. Solland will not be controlled by any nations. Precisely my point. We will stand strong and show an example to the world. I hope we won't regret this. Come on, Gus. It's a bit of positivity. Simon cleared his throat again. Dude, you want a lozenge or something? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Whiskey. Minister Whiskey will be in charge of informing you on those types of foreign policy decisions. We must first decide on our internal economic plan. I'm sorry. Just thinking about earlier. Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities with both economic doctrines listed. The cabinet members looked at me. We have to thank Saul and his planned economy for the boom. It clearly shows the success of the system. Let's finish what Alfonso started with the capitalist free market reforms. His path was going to enrich Solland. Well, hold on. Would a planned economy focus bring us stronger allies? What's on our long-term economic schedule? Well, let's see. Well, what's the deal with the planned economy over here? What a serious president we have. Mr. Whiskey so tasty. It would make United Cantana diplomatic look at our country in a more positive light. They are proponents of the planned economy. The influence Arcasia has on the world economy is extensive. Our economic strategy should be based on internal reasoning, though. I don't disagree. And what's our long-term economic schedule? Or schedule, if you will. Picking a construction company, trade relations, tax reform, and welfare privatization or nationalization initiatives would be some of them. We must choose wisely and remember that the free market economy in all forms is the future of the world. I see where Gus leans. So this is what I mean, right? Internally, even just within your own cabinet, you're gonna have friction. You're gonna have friction. I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, I don't like the exact verbiage here about thanking Saul and his planned economy, but I'm just saying, we're in a recession now, and what was the last system we were using? So, planned economy for the boom. I know I've seen your comments in chat about like, hey man, this is dangerous, be careful, etc., etc. Don't worry, I hear you, but character flaws and mistakes make for interesting moments. It's something I always live by when it comes to like role-playing, like tabletop role-playing and stuff like that. So if this is our doom, then so be it. Cantana will eventually collapse. That means planned economy will collapse. No, it will not, because we will keep it alive. We will be the beacon of the planned economy. We gotta stick to our promises, otherwise we're just another politician. Precisely the reason why we should stick to the old system. State planning and regulation both showed great success in the 30s. And we all know about the 30-year cycle. Terrible use of the term 30-year cycle. Only for a limited time, until even Tarkin Sol himself discovered the limits of the system. The slowdown began during his rule, remember? Wasn't that also possibly because of corruption and internal trouble that we won't repeat? Let's move on. What are your final thoughts then, Mr. President? Okay, critical institutions must remain in state control. We must be fully responsible in delivering services. We should look at opportunities like privatization to create financial resources. A market economy doesn't require as much guidance and could help us attract foreign capital, or it is hard to fully agree or disagree with these options. Wow, some president. I think critical institutions must remain in state control. Education, healthcare, transportation, keep those in state control, be fully responsible in delivering those services, and then of course you have your, you have certain industries that are privatized, but under government regulation. Government subsidies, government taking the opportunity to level the playing field, I suppose. YouTube Sarko, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we do have that deal with the reformists. A market economy doesn't require as much guidance and could help us attract foreign capital. See, I feel like we'll give those reformists their concessions with their demands. Like, they had those 2 demands that they will not budge on. So we'll fulfill those requests. And so I feel like this is where we can kind of have our opinion here. I think we'll go with number 1. Critical institutions must remain in state control. We must be fully responsible in delivering services. Is whiskey your beer, buddy? Oh, wait. It's a good way to get sick real fast, I guess. Few could be, and it wouldn't be negative, but either way, you make the choices. Yeah, like, if we keep a balance here. So what will our general economic plan promote? Promote a planned economy, as we promised. Not sure if we made the right decision here. Yeah, well, I knew you were going to feel that way, Gus. Gus looked worried. Gus has looked worried since the beginning. Now that there is clarity on which direction we are headed, I will work on a good plan accordingly. This concludes our meeting. At our next gathering, we will talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. Now that the economic direction was taken, the ministers dispersed for lunch at the Maroon Palace. Oh, you know what? I said I was going to take a look at the news. Let's take a look at the news really quickly here. The Hall Sword Post. Speaker Gloria Torrey said that a committee which includes all 3 political parties of the Assembly has been formed for the preparation of potential changes to the Constitution. The committee has been asked to submit a comprehensive report to find a solution for the current problematic state of affairs in the government institutions. Torrey said USP wants to appeal to the people of Swordland to help in maintaining stability and order in the state. The details of the committee regarding its actual topics or its members have not been clarified. Swordland Today says, oh, Vasil, you can try. YouTube might block it and not let me approve it. Just throw it in the Discord. Just throw it in the Discord. I think that's best. Economy meeting held in Hall Sword. Contacts close to the government report that yesterday, Swordland's economic policies have been planned behind closed doors. Shortly after the meeting that was also attended by President Rain, the Ministry of Economy was released. I'm having so much trouble reading. It's English. That's why I said earlier, I don't know if I can say I speak English properly. The Ministry of Economy has released a statement regarding their short-term economic plans, which include the promotion of planned economy. No opinion stated here. Lackhaven Times. Freezing temperatures recorded. Okay, fair enough. A warning for frostbite has been issued in the cities of southern Bergia, where homelessness was a huge problem. People are advised not to go out unless they have to, due to risk of frostbite. Schools are closed for this period. Damn, okay. Support in Assembly grows for campaign finance bill. A bill to change the criteria for the allocation of public funds to political parties is proposed by Representative Albin Clavin from the USP. The bill aims to change the criteria from the proportion of votes won in general elections to the proportion of seats won by a political party in the Grand National Assembly. This would result in an increase of about 28 million Swordish Ren to the governing United Swordland Party, which will benefit the most from the proposed bill. The new bill would give political parties an annual amount of 500,000 Swordish Ren per member of Assembly. And we have our Swordish National League that starts season. A very exciting day marks the Swordish National League kickoffs with the SK Lackhaven versus Benfi FC match. The league, consisting of nearly 10 teams, has been gaining more and more popularity in recent decades, with tickets dropping significantly in prices, leading to increased accessibility. Football fans are looking forward to one of the key events of the league, the match of the 2 most competent teams, Anruka and Gelsord. Sounds good. The other papers, these are old news articles that we've already read previously, so that's why I didn't scroll down further. There was only the one that had 2 news articles that were new. The Radical. Oh no, the nationalist violence. A man in his 20s has been beaten with baseball bats in a paramilitary-style attack in Ervery. The man claims to have been attacked because of his ethnic background as Agno-Swordish. Oh no. He was approached during a walk at the park by a group of right-wing extremists who are suspected of being regulars at the local National Front Party office. The group inflicted injuries to his legs and arms, police said. The man was brought to hospital after making his way to a nearby property. The police service of Arvery said it was a brutal attack for which there was no justification. There is no place for attacks such as this in our society, said Eric Neal, mayor of Arvery, and called for unity and urged restraint from the populace. Something we said in our speech. If they had said soccer, I would have changed my mind about buying the game. I noticed that as well. Their all the spellings are like, British English spellings. They called it football. Yeah. Economists. Armadine Industries pioneering electronics. A new prototype for the first pocket radio was displayed by the Arcasian electronics company Armadine Industries in Ventry City. Armadine. It reminds me of Cyberdyne, which reminds me of Skynet. I don't know, I don't trust this pocket radio. The robots will take over, man. After 6 years of research, the engineers behind the pocket transistor radio have revealed that the material science questions regarding the composites have been solved. The company is now filing the patents for the product. The CEO of Armadine, Aaron Bridges, is predicting an IPO at VCSC in the upcoming years. In a bid to raise further investment, Mr. Bridges has called for all venture capitalists who believe in the future of science and technology in the marketplace to invest in the company. The president of Arcasia, Dwight Walker, praised the bright minds of Arcasian engineers following the announcement and called for further technological advancements for the military-industrial complex. We can actually invest in businesses as well, by the way. Note, don't trust the pocket radios. We can actually invest in companies as well. We have our wealth separated into private wealth or personal wealth and the government budget. So we can actually invest ourselves into businesses, and that can go one way or another and things like that. Geopolitico. Rumburg coming south. Oh, that's a little fear-mongering. Our foreign policy analysts who are reviewing the recent aggressive military and diplomatic developments of Rudberg have come to the conclusion that it is highly likely that Rumburg will keep trying to push further south, threatening the territories of Swordland, Welland, and possibly Agnolia. The annexation of Doe many decades ago was just the beginning of Rumburg. Was just the beginning. Rumburg seems to be on a quest to secure all strategic resources in East Maricopa. Dome, by the way, is over here. Abdul Rahman Alenzi. First of all, glad you can make it today, buddy. I see your little hi there. Thank you very much. And a warm welcome to you as the newest member of the channel. A welcome to our newest knight, Abdul Rahman Alenzi. Drop those flags, drop those E's, and Natalie and YouTube Sarko on the ball there. Thank you very much. Relly Martin, happy birthday. I'm doing schoolwork at the moment. Will this be uploaded after? It absolutely will be right after the stream is done. We will be throwing this up as a VOD. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming for. What do y'all think? I don't know. What do y'all think? Let me know. You still have some events near the cities. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not done checking all these little arrow markers over here yet. I was just pointing out where Dome was. So Lenkirk, infrastructure report. The recent collapse of the tourism industry in Lenkirk has led to a reduction in trade traffic and road maintenance. The road network is currently in service, but is in need of substantial improvements. Ports, country roads, and bridges similarly suffer from a lack of investment. Firms doing business in Lenkirk report a significant shortage of warehousing facilities, particularly refrigerated facilities, with implications both for the transportation system and the ability to serve the population's basic food and health needs. Interesting. I can stay as long as you can, PE. It's your birthday, you decide. At least play until the inauguration ball. Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Another hour, please. Yeah, I'm trying to balance out, because I do still have to record Planet Zoo, and I don't want to skip another. I had to skip the previous episode. I don't want to skip another episode, so I'm just trying to balance things out. Birthday, a day of responsibility still. I'll be here till you drop or stop. Sounds good. 3 more hours, 4 more years. Let's keep it going for now, for sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to indicate that I'm calling it a stream. I was just throwing it out there because I just noticed the time. All right, let's take a look at the situation at Sarna here. Promising agricultural growth. Oh, some positivity for once. Who would have thought? For the first time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sarna has increased. Many experts link it to both a drop in temperatures and new farming practices that have been adopted in recent years. Additionally, farmers are now accessing more generous credit allowances from the government that were left over from the Alfonso administration. The Ministry of Agriculture reports that the agricultural industry of the region has the potential to become a powerhouse in the future if investments persist. Oh yeah, good point. I should thank you, Natalie. I should take a sip of water here. I am losing my voice. One sec, folks. Ooh, yeah, good call. Water. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thunk? Over here at Gelsord, the recession led to a reduction in rail assets, with more than a fifth of the railway network, itself antiquated, being mothballed in the recent years. While the main lines of the railway network are currently in service, increasing demand in goods from Gelsord to the capital is pushing the network to its limits. The rail signaling The rail signaling system in the region dates from the middle of the last century and is also in need of improvement. Rail signals, you say, eh? Those of you that watch my Workers and Resources playthrough will know what I'm on about there. Vivek, you're headed out. Well, thank you very much for dropping by, buddy. Hope you have yourself a wonderful rest of the day and a beautiful weekend ahead of you. Greatly appreciate the company, man. Greatly appreciate it. Go to 2 p.m. 2 p.m. where? West Coast or... and moisturize. All right, be right back, folks. Now I'm keeping notes. Sarna is place for investments. That's pretty. I was actually wondering that's pretty cool. I like turning to chat and be like, oh damn, do you guys remember what I should do? I always like to treat chat and comments as like counsel and whatnot. But yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, Fedican rails. Yeah, I know, right? Let's go ahead and deal with the situation at Lackhaven first. Yeah, it's all the city situations. We do have an update over here for our economy. That's the promoting planned economy change. Let's go ahead and take a look at the situation at Lackhaven. Invest in mega infrastructure. A decision to invest in one of 2 planned mega infrastructure projects. The Ministry of Economy has put forward 2 bold plans for mega infrastructure projects that would help with the economic recession in the long term. Investing in projects of this scale will take up some portion of our budget, but could prove worthwhile if accomplished successfully. Ontario time, Judah? Yeah. Not unreasonable. Not unreasonable. Maybe we do that. Maybe because that'd be 4 hours. 4 hours for the 4th of December. Yeah, that sounds like a thing I would do. We're gonna invest over here. Again, our country is falling apart. We can't reject plans as they come to our table. This will take from our government budget. Now, we can operate at a deficit, but as you can imagine, it can be a bit of a problem. Railroads and crops for everyone. Zane Dickens, thank you very much, buddy. Glad you could make the day. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, invest in a mega infrastructure project for sure. And over time, we'll get a... Oh, I guess it happens right away. Government budget decreased, of course. Game save. Now, there is one save. The decisions you make are permanent. By that logic, it's 30 hours for your 30th. Listen, Natalie. I knew that was coming, and I knew it was going to be from you. Numbers got to match up. 30-hour stream for the birthday. I knew it was coming, like 100%. I was like, I wonder how long before that message gets dropped. Oh, I love it. 3.0 hour stream for 30th seems fair. Neil, see there? Yeah, playing with the decimal place. Play with the decimal place. Numbers got to match up, or dogs and cats living together, insanity. Wait, sorry, I missed the connection there. Who cares about the deficit? You can always print more money. Yeah, just stating facts. Just stating facts. All right, let's talk about this project over here. The view towards the Marquian Sea from Lackhaven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state residence, fittingly named the Blue Mansion, was large, fine, and accommodating. Cordo, every great leader who wants to help their people declares war, providing jobs and world travel to those in need. No comment. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the main reason for our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss the new infrastructure investment project. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Unfortunately, I did not even have the chance to have my usual afternoon coffee. He means tea. For doing 4 hours, I may leave as it'll be 11 o'clock, but I could pull some strength to make things work. Pull some strings to make things work. Up to you, YouTube Sarko. I appreciate the will there, but I totally understand. Derek Foong, just take out a loan. Yeah, that's true. Time is an illusion, man. Yeah, time is just a construct. It's a movie quote. I got it wrong. Are you quoting Cats and Dogs? that was a movie. That movie had sequels. Did you know? That movie had sequels. Looking at the view from the windows, I let my mind drift for a couple of seconds. Simon's voice brought me back into the ongoing discussion. Yo, pay attention. You're the president, man. Pay attention. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. He's being snide with me. I threw that in there. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. What can we focus on? Well, agreed. You know, fluff him up a little, make him feel good. The president agrees with him. On the one hand, businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical rail network between Hullsword and Lackhaven. We just heard about that. Lilia started talking as soon as Simon took a breath. On the other hand, citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lackhaven and Arvery. Narrow roads by the seaside are not only dangerous, but also difficult to traverse. Just as a reminder, Arvery is the capital of the region that is horribly, what's it called? Like, neglected. So, those are the two things we have to balance over here. We need to heed the calls of the businesses in these days of recession. We need to pick the most profitable option for the economic growth, or the citizens and their demands matter the most. Okay, well, roads, seeing some opinions in chat. Okay. Up north, which is where Arvery is. We can hide this. See, so if we build the highway, we further enrich the lives of the people at Agenland. Fulfilling a promise, to care for the people, to look out for the people. Why can't citizens use the rail? I assume it's maybe like freight trains and things like that. Is my assumption, is what the game's going for. But also the places that get connected are different too. See, the highway would connect this area that again has been very neglected. It's not seeing foreign investment. Like that foreign investment, remember, right? We got a specific note saying the lack of infrastructure and the lack of support for Agenland has made it less appealing for foreign investment, which in turn impacts our economy. Whereas there's, of course, the local economy as well. If we build a railroad, which is, from Gelsord to the capital, I guess? We already have tracks there, don't we? Maybe it's just to update or modernize, right? That will help the businesses in these big cities, and it will continue the neglect of Agenland. God, I wish I knew how to say this name. Wish I knew how to say this name. You know what? The voting has been fun. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Consider it me weighing with my cabinet, if you will. The highway or the rail? Go for it. Let me know your thoughts. What do you guys think about the voting, by the way? I mean, I'm always, as y'all know, I'm always open to feedback. If some of y'all feel like it's slowing things down too much, it's making it laborious, let me know. But if y'all enjoy the voting and want to see more of it continue, let me know as well. Votes are coming through. Oh, wow, that is... Yikes. I think it's clear. Just looking at chat, I think it's pretty clear where this is headed. I'm trying to find like the perfect spot to put this vote count for me to be able to see everything I need to see. Good stuff. We're getting close to that 30 mark. It's 22-4 right now. I think it's pretty clear where we're going. I like the voting. The voting is cool. All right, cool. I think everyone wants a highway. It's certainly feeling like it. Voting is fun. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm personally big on like interactive elements and whatnot. People drive industry. That's the thing. Bruh, dudes, we can build a port in England later. Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, is that an option that comes later? No, we can't... I mean, I guess if you know this, that's good to know. But the votes are coming through. The people are speaking. 22-5. Are we going to get to 30, or am I just going to give it another 30 seconds before I pick based on the current numbers? I do not get it, but think it's highway. What do you mean, Fedikin? Sorry. Need people that can get to the jobs. Let those capitalist pigs ride in the freight cars. Voting is fun indeed. All right, good stuff. Laksha, make sure there's a space between the word vote and the number. And the same goes for you as well, Judah Edwards. Make sure there's a space between the word vote and the number. The traffic could help with a failing tourist industry. Yeah, that's another thing as well. You should ask for what's most profitable first, though. I think that's making a decision. I don't know if that's asking. I think that's making a decision. And Radislav, make sure you get the exclamation mark in there. It's got to be in this format. Exclamation mark, the word vote, spacebar, and then a number. I'm going to go with the popular vote to showcase it. That's how you get a vote counted in there. More votes to come in. That may force the decision. Everyone likes the highways. Yeah. The highways, it's 24/7 for the highways right now. 24/7, yeah. Also, remember, party, we will have to invest in the Sarna crops. Yeah, that's the thing as well. We do have to keep budget aside. There's a couple of projects that come up. There's like what's it called? An airport? I'm starting to forget the word airport. I can't remember the last time I was out one. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds before I call it. Yeah, kind of like cabinet. My personal. This is my pocket radio. I'm hearing you guys talking in my ear using my pocket radio. Party parliament. Yeah, the parliament. Can't call it the elite parliament because that's a whole other problem. That's how you get a coup. As a programmer, I like the binary votes of 0 and 1. Yeah, classified. I know, right? I know. It's 0 and 1. Can't start at 1. It must be like easier to code that way or something. The port of air. Yeah. How'd you get more budget? Things happen. Depending on decisions you make, different things can happen that give you more budget. You have you're playing your whole term, so you have like your budget refreshes every X amount of time and stuff like that. I have in a previous playthrough when I was like learning the game, I have gone into a deficit. So there are many more things to spend on than there are things that make you money. It's the Shadow Council. Okay, well, looks like that's the voting done then. And it looks like we're getting the highway 26 and 7. Approaching this in the most democratic way possible here. Highway 1 with 26 votes. Just short of that 30, but we'll call it there. Total of how many votes there? 33 votes? All right. The citizens and their demands matter the most. Classified. Yeah, things happened. The one thing I want to be very careful of as well is like I don't want to give spoilers for what might happen up ahead because like the reason why I didn't play too much of the game before the stream is I like experiencing things together. I think that's a lot of fun. So yeah, I don't want to spoil some of the things that I already know for that purpose as well. The citizens and their demands matter the most. The demands are just. The dire situation of the road infrastructure between Lackhaven and Arvery can't be neglected. The return on investment will be low. Our concern should be economic growth. It is not the business people that suffer, but the ordinary folk. I like her. I like her. I like her stance there. What really matters, though, is that we can accomplish something tangible in your first economic act. We must prove our administrative capabilities. The people must know that this administration can get things done, or we must improve the economy of the nation and bring it out of recession. I mean, I agree with both of these. I feel like pulling out of the recession is a long-term, wow, Ricky, cool, goddamn, escalating it. Cheat! Oh my, you know what? In case someone finds these notes, let's just get rid of the little heart there. That was a very platonic heart, but but who knows? Some reporter finds my notes. Cheat! I love it. So I agree with both of these. Getting out of the recession is obviously important, obviously. But do we need to develop the trust of the people first in the decisions we're making? We need a long-term plan. Let's talk about improving the economy of the nation. Solve the problem, and the people will trust in our ability. Right? Yeah, as it seems many of you are saying as well. Simon Hall, well, therefore I define two important projects for your attention. The H3 Highway Project and the L1 High-Speed Railway Project. Mr. Hall repositioned himself on the chair to make a more comfortable posture. The ministry can only support one project at a time with the current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. If the people isn't poor, they will trust the government. I'm so smarty. Her voice was motherly. Typical mess. Oh my god. Natalie, keep Peter away from her. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about these guys. So which one do you want to hear about first? Okay, let's hear about the highway project, because that's what we're interested in, right? Well, we'll hear about both projects. Let's hear about the highway project first. The H3 project aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network in Agnoland region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Sordish and Sordish who feel neglected. There are no proper highway connections to and from Agnoland. The mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the regional infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main roads. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting in and out of the region. He's a party member as well. That must be cumbersome for the citizens. I agree, this could also hurt the local businesses. I mean, this is if trucks are having trouble. If trucks are having trouble, that's that is problematic for businesses too. This isn't entirely ignoring the needs of businesses, but maybe perhaps smaller businesses and mid-sized businesses, rather than the big ones that use freight steel or oil from one major city to another. This could also hurt the local businesses. It is, bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. I won't have you remove my platonic heart. I like Lilius. Let us look on the map. At the map. Look at the map. I looked at the map. Lilius was pointing at Lackhaven. Lackhaven's here. The H3 highway route starts at here and leads to Lenkberg, up to here. From there, it goes all the way to Arvery. So that's the connection we'll be making. Fire is low. Comes in with a happy birthday. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Glad you could drop by. Glad you could drop by. Jesus, man. You still have a wife and a daughter. And a son. Don't forget the son. He's a part of this. My poor boy. As a result, the road network towards the Agnolian capital, Stalport, will improve substantially. That's the foreign country, not the region of Agnland. She paused and leaned forward in her chair. I saw the central government continuously neglect the Agno-Sordish-dominated regions when I was mayor. Is this administration going to continue that kind of negligence? Of course not. We should no longer neglect a key region for our trade with Agnolia. We should make Agno-Sordish citizens respected as swords like all of us. It makes little sense to put investment in such a remote region. I agree with both of these, but I'm going to speak about internal politics during this conversation. And in response to Lilius over here, she's talking about Agno-Sordish people. So I should respond to her. I shouldn't skirt around the issue she's getting at. That would be rude. Though number one also applies, we're going to say we should make Agno-Sordish citizens respected as swords like all of us. Unity, right? Unity. Natalie, I mean, we can't disappoint her. I am for all Sordish citizens without separation or preference, therefore we should think about the country overall. It has to be pointed out that the highway would be less beneficial in the near term. I have to disagree. It will increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Agnolia, they would see the investment as a positive sign. Alright, I want to hear the other project. Question everything. Your predecessor, Alfonso, has failed in delivering this campaign promise, but we can start the construction of this groundbreaking railway project. That was his promise, not mine. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today. As many other countries adopt this new electric engine technology to power up their trains, we fall one step behind. Reports about the newest trains in United Contana traveling at incredible speeds has piqued the business interest. They too want to transport resources and material from Hullsword to Lackhaven with great speed and efficiency. This could also empower the businesses and bring in investments. Agreed, we must obtain high-quality technology of superpowers. I don't disagree with that statement. Again, we want to, like, balance our relations with both of them, but, you know, there are benefits to that, and we want to take advantage of those. Major cities of Solland need more infrastructure to support their growing population. Also, this is the struggle in the game. It's like, this is all true. I don't disagree with any of this. But you can't do everything. You can't do everything for everyone. Please explain further. What more details can you give me here? Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from Hallsort to Lackhaven. It will transform to a high-speed rail. I looked at the map. Gus was pointing at Hallsort, while Simon was looking attentively. The planned construction starts right here at the capital. It will go to Anrika first, and then connect to Gelsord, after which it will reach Lackhaven, our economic powerhouse. So that's the connection they want to make with this high-speed rail. Sorry, I had to, like, pan over to unhide that message from Haldor. YouTube being picky. Transport merchandise by train at high speed? I don't think so. The L1 will significantly boost the economy on the newly linked cities and even the rural areas in between. Lackhaven is our primary port, so the goods unloaded there will be transported to Hallsord much faster. Investment in already developed regions make little sense. They don't make little sense. You can always invest more. No, all good, Haldor, all good. That's just YouTube being very, very particular. Because, like, yeah. That's YouTube. They are both excellent projects. They really are. They really are. God, this game is... I enjoy this game thoroughly. This isn't my, like, official review. That's why I was struggling to write a review, is because I wanted to talk about it properly, because there are some things that it's hard to express outside of, you know, seeing it get played. And we voted on the highway, so we're going for the highway. I'm just trying to figure out how to talk about this, though, because the decision is separate from what we say, and what we say matters separately from what we do. I believe this would benefit the businesses in Swordland as a whole. Yeah, second one I think does seem reasonable. Yes, oh, absolutely, Casman too. Yeah, the cabinet voted for the highway, but this is more, we gotta build relations with our cabinet and whatnot, right? We gotta talk about, we have to make these guys feel important, because otherwise, who knows, we might wake up one day dead. For wealthy and middle-class citizens of these regions, but not for the poor dears who wouldn't be able to afford the increased ticket prices. To the question earlier about why can't citizens use the rail. Yeah, maybe we should just subsidize ticket prices. Maybe we should make transit free. What with our powerful economy. The mayor of Anrika, Curtin Lest, also requested this project be prioritized. He's a member of our party. They're both members of our party, though. Bit of a hegemony, isn't it? Oh, nice try, Wickles, but YouTube didn't like that either. Nice try, nice try. Mr. Wizard, as long as you can multitask, sounds good. I was trying to, like, cobble together my best Spanish, but then I realized I don't have any Spanish to cobble together from. Not any that I should say on stream without getting demonetized. Just as a reminder, most of my Spanish I learned from Narcos. Great TV show, by the way. Business in the region will be very content, which increases investments and employment. Therefore, I will recommend the L1 high-speed rail project. Well, I have settled on a decision. We have settled on a decision. Excellent. What will your final choice be, Mr. President? I've decided on the H3 highway project to improve the infrastructure in our poorer regions. Yeah, where is Esteban to teach Spanish? I was saying the same thing. He was here earlier, but I think he might have had to step out. Watch out. You're going to be on YouTube watch list soon. Yeah, Wickles. A high-speed train comes always with overpriced tickets. Having rode on the bullet train, what is it? Shinkansen? Yes. The higher the speed, the higher the ticket price. Wickles rolling your eyes at YouTube. That's like my daily eye exercises. Thank God, says Elias. I knew that you would see reason. The negotiations will begin in the middle of this year. You will be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates that the entire construction will finish in 2 years if every step going forward is executed successfully. Excellent. Well, thank you all for your contributions and thoughts. Again, positive vibes, positive vibes. Oh, excellent. If I need any Spanish tips, I've got multiple sources then. Shinkansen, yeah. Pro tip, if you're ever planning on going on a trip to Japan, take a look at the JR Rail Pass. Makes you can ride on all the high speed, all the bullet trains except for the fastest one. Makes it so much easier to get around. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a nice day, Mr. President. Evening settled on the beautiful coastline of Lackhaven. Wonderful. There's our highway project starting. We will have to make decisions along the way. About a 3-week pass for $750 for the Shinkansen. Yeah, that'll only save me about $800. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you can only get it before you arrive at the country. It's for tourists and stuff. All right, what's going on over here at Morna? Increasing unemployment. The number of people filing for unemployment in Morna continues to rise as the recession continues. The change in economic conditions is historic and stunning in its speed, said the mayor of Morna. In the aftermath of the crisis of 1951, the unemployment rate in Morna reached 9% in 1952, a year after the financial crisis. The last 6 months have almost erased all gains in employment over the last 2 decades. Very well, very well. And then, yes, the decision in the capital to be made. No other articles or anything to look at? All right. I believe this is our media strategy meeting. Kazman 2, well, people, I'm going to eat. Enjoy your birthday party and have a wonderful evening, everyone. Likewise, glad you could drop by. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you for your wishes. Have yourself a wonderful rest of the day, and as I say always, the rest of the weekend as well. Enjoy that meal. And again, thanks for dropping by. Oh, you could buy them when you were there? Interesting, BM. Interesting. When I went there many years ago now, and I think you could only buy it when you were outside the country, but I might be mistaken. Lucien and Peter arrived at my office to talk about recent developments and the media strategy. They both took their seats across from me. Lucien put on his reading glasses and quickly went over some documents. Peter turned to Lucien and nodded. Let's begin. First of all, Lucien, you mentioned that Marcel Caronti contacted you? Swordish businessman, philanthropist, entrepreneur, who is the son of the media proprietor Conrad Caronti. He operates the HOS Advertising, the largest advertising company in Solland. He's also a board member of the HOS, Solland's largest conglomerate, operating in the media, energy, construction, trade, and tourism industries. Yo, no one man should have all this power. What? The Carontis had always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Solland. Marcel Caronti was no exception. Oh yeah, he does have a bow tie. Fancy man over here. Fancy. He was the oldest son of Conrad Caronti, the industrialist and media mogul who founded HOS, the richest man in the entirety of Solland. Looks like we must give incentives to the media. Must we? Oof. Maybe. Oof. He has offered to meet with you, Mr. President. What does he want? Well, after passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the HOS conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. I know what that means. Nationalize all he has. They are a powerful and influential media conglomerate. To start with, they own the Solland Today newspaper, the Swordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have them by our side. Sorry for interrupting. What does this productive collaboration entail? He did not wish to explain the details over the phone, but rather in person. I believe I will be receiving a call from him sometime soon. However, as Peter said, they have substantial power over the content of media outlets, headlines, radio shows. That is what he would be offering. What he wants in return is what we need to understand. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we need to determine our general approach to media. I have far less expertise in the matter, but very interesting arguments were made by Lucien at the preparation meeting yesterday. There are 2 ways we can approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantages, and the other one is keeping it independent. Oh dear. The media must be independent. I'm not about to make the media the fourth arm. No. No. The media must be independent, and we must do good things that the media goes, wow, look at this presidency. These guys are good. Yes. But we're not gonna do this. This is a problematic line of thought. Propaganda network. There it is. No, the media must be independent. Ideally, yes, but an unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest of reforms. It is of utmost importance to maintain the public popularity and avoid any damaging scandals or mistakes. Oh, goddamn. Fine, dude. Why you gotta be... Fine. I must stress one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have on our side supporting our agenda, the more we can accomplish. With someone on our side in an influential media organization, we can do this very easily. Two wrongs don't make a right. I see what you're getting at. I agree with Lucian, but isn't there another way to avoid these issues? We can always hope for the best. Do we really think that nothing can go wrong? Especially considering the near-term history of Solland? 2 knocks were heard on the door. One of them must have been Matt Parker. Hi, comrade, he says, and a happy birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dropping it. Was the first thing you said fourth arm? Oh, dear. Please, come in. Well, actually, I mean, who is it? Yeah, what the hell? It's Livia, Mr. President. Oh, that's my secretary, I believe. The first secretary. Livia Suno, my new secretary, entered the office. I didn't say come in. Yo. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. Remember Peter's comment from earlier about her skill set. The way now that this says her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. Listen, game, I know what you're trying here. She spoke with a slight lift in her voice. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galade's secretary has been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Lucian Galade. Oh, okay. Marcel Caronti, the new CEO for HOS Conglomerate, is on the line for Mr. Galade. Well, the ball is in our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir, or would you like me to? Well, he called for you, Lucian, so you should speak to him. You go ahead. Connect the line to my office. Secretary, be careful, yeah. Matt Brock, the media is a curse on humanity. It must be controlled. You have to get have your own faux news going. Also, happy birthday. Well, thank you very much, Simon. Thank you very much. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Livia left the room and the phone started ringing. Lucian picked up the phone and started to listen. A few minutes passed as the two talked over the phone. Good news indeed. Congratulations, Mr. Caronti. Thank you for contacting me about this. We will talk later. Lucian Galade put the phone down. What was so important that it couldn't wait? He was just elected to be the CEO by the board of directors. He offered a partnership deal regarding his media branch. He is inviting us to his resort near Conriat for a meeting. To a resort? He's one of those. His resort. The board has decided rather quickly. It seems that gave him the confidence to approach us again. He's going to offer a real deal and now has the power of the conglomerate too. The choice is up to you, Mr. President. I can set up the meeting soon. I'd like to hear your opinion, Peter. I must say that I am torn. If he has become the CEO, then he has enormous influence now. On the other hand, do we want to privately meet with someone we don't fully know? The meeting would help us figure him out. We could still say no to whatever he offers. I agree with Lucian there. It could be bad for us. All it takes is one photograph, and people can imply that we're up to something. Chat talking about curls now? Yeah, exactly. We can meet him. We don't necessarily have to say yes or no to him, but we can at least meet him. Arrange the meeting with Mr. Caronti. I'll set things up right away. Expect a worthwhile meeting next month. It is settled then. Looking forward to the meeting next month. Lucian looked at his watch. Looks like we ran out of time for today. We will continue where we left off later. Thank you for your time. Good work with Marcel. Keep it up. Positive vibes. Positive vibes. Lucian and Peter nodded before gathering their documents and promptly leaving my office. We were already getting the attention of key and potentially dangerous figures. Yes, we were. Swordland today. Conrath Caranti passed away. The first and most important modern entrepreneur Swordland has ever seen has sadly passed away today. Don't they own Swordland today? People looked up to Conrath Caranti as a figure of success, respect, and wealth. After his immediate passing, his son Marcel Caranti took over his title as the new CEO of the Heart of Swordland conglomerate. The Radical has this to say: glamorous inaugural ball. The Hall Sword elite gathers for a lavish state ball. Many citizens in the country are uncertain about their own future, but the state has no problems with wasting taxpayers' money right from the start. We demand that these traditions of wasteful nature will become a thing of the past once the president settles in. The team here at the Radical will keep fighting for a better, more equal tomorrow for all. And Geopolitico has this to say: Swordland's regional trade. As the Reign administration starts its first term, there is a question in all of our heads. What will be the regional international trade policy? Due to strategic geopolitical location of Swordland, historically Agnolia and Welland have been natural trading partners. Depending on the direction of the Reign administration, we think it is likely that a new trade deal will be brokered with at least one of these partners in the near term. All in all, regardless of which trading partners the administration decides to go with, one thing is for sure: regional trade will boost the ailing economy. The real question is, what does Volksland or Lesbia think about Swordland? Bum, bum, bum. The Radical is, yes, clearly for the people. Still talking about bouncy curls. Curls bounce, if you like hop with every step. Yeah, that's what the game's talking about. By the way, there are absolutely, on the topic of trade, you can absolutely go and speak to the prime ministers and presidents of neighboring countries. And in one of my playthroughs, I had people have talks over months with one of our neighbors. I'm not going to say who. And I went to follow up, but my conversation with the head of state there, I didn't like their attitude. I didn't like their approach, and they were kind of insulting. And so we took a stand, and we were just like, maybe don't be like that. And the trade deal fell apart. Like, stuff like that can happen. It's really cool. It's really cool. Stuff like that can happen. I just wanted to touch on that because the trade deal conversation came up. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at this party committee report. The Reform Committee reports that any potential change to the Constitution in the direction of the Reformists will likely result in strong opposition from the National Front Party. The members of Assembly in support of such direction seem to be in great numbers and possibly make up a majority in the Grand National Assembly, while most members of the United Swordland Party seem reluctant about supporting these changes. Well, they'll fall in line. Campaign Finance Bill. Sign or veto the Electoral Campaign Finance Bill that was approved by the Grand National Assembly. The criteria for the allocation of public funds shall no longer be according to the number of votes won in the general election by a political party. The new criteria shall be the proportion of seats won by a political party in the Assembly. Political parties shall receive an annual amount of 500,000 Ren per member of Assembly. This results in a doubling of the USP election budget and a slight increase in the other parties in the Assembly, while effectively removing all funding from parties that are below the 10% election threshold. So, just to highlight what's going on here. Over here. The Assembly has seats, right? Of those seats, we have 130. The PFJP have 70, NFP have 40, Independents have 10, and then there are parties that didn't win any seats. There were those two parties, remember, that didn't win any seats. Right now, your votes secure your budget. But this change would say that your seat impacts your budget. Which means that if you're below that threshold and you don't win a seat, then all the votes you got don't matter for your funding. It's only based on the seats you won, which they didn't, right? So just to clarify that. I don't know why I felt like I needed clarification, but just wanted to touch on it. And I wanted to touch on how you can minimize this, and you can kind of go like, oh, well, how does that work? God, I love this game. This game's cool. This game's cool. You have the majority, so let's sign. Invade. That's pretty authoritarian. Now, see, here's where things get really interesting. As a part of the reforms, I said that we are okay with removing or reducing the presidential veto powers. Right? This thing was voted for by the assembly. So if I sit in and I go, no, I'm going to veto this, what kind of a message does that send? I see a lot of you saying it's corrupt. And as a sidebar, I totally agree. This is totally like a dirty thing. It's totally dirty. But outside of the sidebar, you know, technically, if we were to veto, then we'd be saying we're not standing to the reforms that we wanted to push. Right? We said we should reduce veto powers, and let's show what happens when you reduce presidential veto powers. Veto it, let the people decide. No, we're not there yet. Right now, in the current state, if I veto it, it's gone. It's out. We can eventually make it that if I recall it correctly, I say, should we veto this? And there's a vote on the veto. So I think we should sign this. Need to consolidate power to be able to go through reforms. Also true. This would only affect the next election, though. And it might rub some people the wrong way. I think we should sign this. We're showing that, look, you know, before... Yeah, exactly, Sant there. That's exactly what I'm saying. Is like, yeah, we sign it. Look, we say that we want to reduce veto powers, and we're sticking by what we've said. No, we cannot, Haldor. Not for this, at least. So I say we sign it. And it's cruel how the game, for me, in a good way, cruel in a good way how the game does that. It's like, yeah, I'm all for reforms, but the first thing that comes on my table is a very questionable bill, which I should technically veto, but we sign it. Gotta give some to take much. Yeah, there it is. The Hull Sword Post. Electoral funding reform. The campaign finance bill has been signed into law by President Rain after the approval of the Grand National Assembly by majority vote on Friday, following a 3-hour debate. Franz Richter, who objected to the funding package, saying it contained too much unfairness in the allocation of the budget, also sought to delay proceedings by demanding a formal recorded vote, but was overruled. See, we didn't have that detail. And Franz Richter is the leader of the reformists, so you would think that he'd be okay with this. But no, because politics. And he's like, well, this time you should have vetoed it. Not other times. I want to limit your powers, but this time you should have vetoed it because I don't like this one. See, so... But to quote MN1-to-1 MN, yes, unlimited power. I mean, what? I didn't say anything. The new law brings small changes to the criteria for the allocation of the campaign budgets and introduces no changes to the total amount of public funds reserved for the political parties, which stands as 100 million Ren. Swordish Ren. Yeah, see? Like, yeah, this guy should be absolutely okay. He has no grounds for complaining about this being signed into law because it passed the Grand National Assembly vote, and I did not veto it. He should be happy about this. That is in keeping with what he wants. Let him learn a lesson. The Radical. USP hijacks elections. Now, these guys are upset because one of the people that didn't make it past the threshold, they were a communist party. A new law that further expands on the unfairness of our election system has been approved by the Grand National Assembly and was signed into law by President Rain. The new law changes the rules of eligibility of the public funds that are reserved for every political party in Swordland. Previously, the funds were given on the basis of the number of votes in the general elections. With these changes, the funds will be given on the basis of the number of seats the political party holds, which eliminates every party apart from the 3 that are currently in the Assembly. This insane law also results in the governing United Swordland Party's share from the funds to increase double. As Anton Rain's presidency begins, we at the Radical are already smelling the rot in Hullsword. I love the newspapers. They're so well written as well. They're so well written. But see, You see how it works? It's like I did something that technically people should be happy about, but they're not. Pretty good simulation. Pretty good simulation. Now here's an opportunity to buy stocks from an Arcasian company. A personal investment opportunity has been relayed by Mr. Manger, or Mr. Manger. An experienced stockbroker in Ventry City, Arcasia, is selling valuable shares of Armadine Industries, an up-and-coming electronics manufacturing company. We could invest or let the opportunity pass. These are the same guys that are making those pocket radios. Might be worth investing in. Let's buy those shares. Let's buy, oh god. You want to end up broke? It's good to have some money in reserve. Let's invest one. Yeah, let's invest one. Let's go for it. There you go. Personal wealth dropped. Fair enough. And another decision at the capital. What's this notification for? The H3 highway for our economy. And under law, unfair electoral funding. Excuse me. Excuse me. Keep in mind the USB controls over half the seats, so technically with the NFP support, they could easily pass the bill. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I know. But see, it totally. So it makes sense that they're upset about the vote that happened at the assembly, but they shouldn't be upset at me. You know what I mean? Couldn't you argue that funding by seats instead of population is more fair? That way, the seats from the poor regions would have equal importance to the development. No. This isn't the electoral college type of conversation. This is about how the parties get funding based on how they performed in the previous election. It's not about an election system. It's about getting public funding for their next term's campaigning. So funding by seats means that if you didn't get enough votes, if you weren't popular enough, then you get kind of further, your opportunities get further crushed to gain that popularity next time. It also means that if you're already popular, you have more money for the next time. All right, the reception at the inaugural ball. It entrenches power, yes. Excellently put. I just finished buttoning up my suit jacket when the doorbell rang. The presidential guard had arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. The ball was a 3-decade-old tradition. 3 decades? You know what that number is? That's the 30. Breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes were about to be on me. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I straightened my tie and took a deep breath. After tonight, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, Deanna hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid woven through with ribbons. Papa, Mama told me it's time to go. My child voice is very not on point. Tell your mother I'll be ready, stroke her hair. Hello, darling, I'm ready, where's your brother? Yeah, this is very creepy sounding. This is like, it's time to go. It's don't say anything back, just stroke her hair. I don't think that's what it actually means. But hello, darling, I am ready. Where is your brother? Sounds like the most kind of like friendly, thing, I think. I think Frank is still upstairs. Frank, she shrugged. It was almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Monica, Frank, enough fussing around. Let's get a move on. Darling, Frank, it's time. Now where's my first lady? Creature 2711. Hello, new sub here. Just got gifted Bannerlord last week and started my noob journey with an Asteroid hero. By chance, I found your guides, and I'm 7 episodes in with Partia Story. Thank you so much. No, thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying. Glad you subscribed, and thanks for dropping by today as well. Thank you very much. Natalie P. Stroke her hair, bouncing curls. There's a hair motif going on here. Take a shot every time party points out the number 30. That sounds dangerous, man. Sounds dangerous. Now, where's my first lady? Monica came down the stairs. She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair... Natalie? Her hair had been neatly pinned into a... Oh god, I don't know what that word is. Chignon? Showing off the pearl earrings I had given her for our 15th anniversary. You know what 15 is? That's half a 30. I'm gonna stop now. All those years she had stayed by my side. Now we were about to begin the most challenging chapter in our lives yet. How do you do, Mr. President? Oh, God. Embrace her. Just stand there and look at her. Embrace her. I'm not, what's his name, from Adam's Family. Embrace her. Pulled her into a deep embrace. Now, where the hell's Frank? Frank! Monica, my love, you look as gorgeous as the day we married. Or, how do I look? No. Let's, make her feel good. Monica, my love, you look as gorgeous as the day we were married. Now, there's that charm that got you elected. Aw, shucks. Frank trudged down the stairs. This thing itches. Frank tugged at the collar of his new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. Are you good to go, Frank? I'm glad to have you with us for this big night. Don't make me wait again. Yeah, so when it comes to, like, family stuff... all three, my goodness, Lurch. Yeah, when it comes to family stuff, it gets pretty involved as well. Like, I definitely had moments with this game. Again, I like to get, like, really into games when I'm playing them, especially, like, role-play opportunities and stuff. This game certainly had moments where I kind of, like, sat down and I was like, man, if I was in this situation and I had my kids and you know, all that, what would I do? Like, and it all matters, you know, like it all plays into the greater conversations in the game and stuff. So it's like, I like how the game does that. Your family life is very important as well, over the course of the game, for a variety of reasons, you know, not just what happens, but also who you are. I'm not going to be sarcastic with him, not now. He clearly seems upset. There's a huge change of lifestyle for him as well. Don't make me wait again. I'm not going to be that kind of a dad. Are you good to go, Frank? Yes, the sooner we go, the sooner it'll be over, right? Papa, are these people going to be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guards at the door of the house. Yes, Solland's most important family needs extra protection. Unfortunately, yes, they can't leave our side until my term ends. You'll get used to it. These people are our friends, Deanna. Oh. Ooh. So I do... okay, so first of all, thank you, David B. Thank you very much for dropping that happy birthday. I appreciate it. Jazzy B on your second tea. I should have some tea, actually. My young daughter, if I tell her these people are our friends, which I think I will do, because that is what I think I would do in character. But as someone living in 2020 with my, you know, cynical view on the world and sometimes a dash of concern for everything, she's young. These people are our friends. Does that make her feel like they could be trusted too much? What if they don't like us? You know, what if something happens? What if there's a coup and my daughter's like, "Oh, these guys are our friends." You know what I mean? But okay. These people are our friends, Deanna. Because it's what I think I would say in character. Despite my out-of-character concerns. I get she is a child and 3 is simple, but that's the easiest thing for a coup or kidnapping. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa. Or his family. Oh, using the M-dash. Classy. Alright. Monica held Deanna's hand. Together, flanked by the guards, we walked out the door. William Jr., thank you very much, buddy. Glad you could drop by. Appreciate it. Halfway to the car, Frank... Oh, wait, hang on a second. Isn't it Frank with a C? Some father I am. Can't even spell his name. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. By the way, there's so much text in the game, I don't blame the devs for a couple of typos here and there. I'm just joking. They've done an impressive job. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead? Ooh, yeah, see, it's moments like this where it's just like... I've been very fortunate in my life with my parents. And so it's just like, for me, these moments are, I don't know, they strike a chord, you know? They strike a chord. I'm nervous myself, Frank, but I feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. Like, how sweet is that sentence? You know what I mean? Like, you know, it's a party thrown for me. Don't you want to support your father? You'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls to dance with. Don't make me angry, Frank. But like that first line, like, you know, I'm nervous myself, Frank, but I feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. Like, how goddamn sweet is that? You know? Yeah, exactly, Haldor. Yeah. Kanad Apage, thank you very much for the wishes. Let's uplift Frank. He's gone through a little upheaval in his own life as well, right? Frank smiled reluctantly. I got you, buddy. I got you. Well, when you put it like that, sure. Let's go. See? Don't Hulk out at him. Son, it took me forever to get dressed. Don't make me take this belt off. God. Oh. There's a quote. The presidential guard showed us the way as red and blue lights flashed around us. Serge, my driver, ushered us into our armored limousine. Oh, that's sweet, Judah. That's very sweet. This reminds me of that thing in shows where they pull a sweet card and then kill the character. I know, typical Majesty, right? I know. Hoping to get Planet Zoo? Yeah, I got after the stream. I'm gonna go through the comments and sit down to record Planet Zoo. Write it down. Wait, write what down? That my son is what? Oh, the quote you mean? Oh God, I thought you meant like for our notes here. Anton, what are you thinking about? I was thinking that we've come a long way together, haven't we? Let's share a sweet moment with our family here. We care about our family. Remember our decision way back when. We decided to have a family like a work-life balance, right? Which is very important to have. Yes, we have. There's still so much that we'll accomplish side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm going to help Papa fix everything. Okay, Deanna. Frank rolled his eyes. Yeah. I know you will, honey. I don't know. These options are... This means a great deal to me. I hope the implication there is like I'm happy that that, you know, Dad is... Or I'm happy that we're all together as a family. After what seemed like just a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Serge rolled down the limousine's soundproof partition. We're here, sir. Hope you enjoyed the drive. Much appreciated. How are you today? This guy, you know, he needs some company as well, right? Silently talking in the back over here, like completely, literally separated from him. Just as good as I can be. But today is your day, sir. I'm glad you're in charge now. You know, my entire family voted for you. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all of your support. And I won't let your family down, but I don't know. I want to say thanks. I want to make sure we get the thanks out. Oh, Kanad, you're headed out? Nighttime in India. Enjoy your birthday party. Oh, God. Pun unintended. Nah. Take it. Embrace the pun. Thank you very much. Glad you could drop by. Have yourself a wonderful night's sleep and enjoy the weekend ahead of you. Thank you again. Can you set a national motto? Don't make me take off my belt. Oh, no. Oh God, can you imagine? Yeah, number 2 seems wholesome. Yeah. I think that's the angle there, right? Yeah. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all of your support. Good to know. It's just like, yeah, thanks, buddy. No reason to thank me, sir. You are the one who sparked a glimmer of hope in us all. That's sweet. Serge opened the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garish banners that nearly made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. What am I saying? Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the Solland elite, streamed inside the building. That's wild, because I'm also streaming inside a building. This game knows what I'm up to. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. That seems more friendly, but I almost wonder if that implies, like, wait here for me, you know? Yeah, exactly, Helder. Everyone was like, okay, yeah. Sweet Chuck, I don't know. My issues with that game go much deeper than that, right? Because I was a backer. So you know, that's a bigger conversation. Maybe we'll have that conversation in the Discord. On which note, check out the Discord. Link is in the description down below. We are going wholesome. See you on the trip home. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. I love also, like, the thing about the writing in the game, and I'm sorry I keep getting distracted by this stuff, folks, but I you know, it's just how I am. Portable microphones, like, for us, you know, it's like, well, duh, right? But it's the 50s, and so calling it a portable microphone, in my opinion at least, really places us. It sets us in that time. It's really nicely done. These are like small details, which I have to assume were intentional, but it goes a long way. Writing in games doesn't often get the credit it deserves, especially in strategy games, you know? Like, it's so important in setting you in the world that you're supposed to be in. Jazzy B, yeah, I guess true. Arctic agreed. And YouTube Sarko, yeah, got in there with a Discord link. Discord link is now in chat as well. My guards fended off most of them, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognize the Swordish Broadcasting Company logo on her press lanyard. Mr. President! Mr. President! Do you plan on working together with the opposition parties on the expected constitutional reforms? See now, here's the thing. Well, first of all, let's make a decision over here. So either I can say my administration will bring real change. This stands for celebration. I'm not going to talk about my policies now. If the opposition is willing to support us, we're going to work with everybody. I've got a couple of options over here. Now, personally, I would want to say this night is for celebration. I'm not going to talk about my policies now. Just because she managed to break through the lines doesn't give her the right to a quote. You know what I mean? What am I suggesting? Just push against my guards harder? Corner me more? Right? Like, that's sending the wrong message. No. Just because you stepped in doesn't mean you get to ask. I'm not here to talk about my policies. We'll have a proper press conference, and you, just like everybody else, will have an opportunity at that press conference. It's about equality, right? Makes perfect sense. So that's what we'll go with it. It's good to see, chat. You seem to agree. Some of y'all are suggesting we are going to work with everybody, but I don't want to give a restatement, right? We see what I'm getting at. 4 is scary because you're claiming you will work with. That's true as well. Everybody is everybody, and that means the old guard. That means the far right. That means the communists. That means like everybody, right? Like there's a like. Gotta be careful. As a writer, I often have this argument. Ooh, which one, Matt? Which one? I'm curious. It's like giving your dog a treat after he pees on the rug. What an example. Yeah, right? All right, cool. I'm glad y'all see what I'm getting at here. So this night's for celebration. I'm not going to talk about my policies now. Does that mean you don't plan on working together? Do you think you share no common ground with the other parties? I didn't say that. No comment. Okay, well, what do I say here? I did not say that or no comment, right? Like, my intent is no comment. Here again, she's getting a quote from us. And we can't promote this kind of behavior. No comment, I think, is a reasonable thing to say here. I dislike her as well, Fedikin. I dislike her as well. Yeah, sit down and be humble. Well, now I have the song stuck in my head. Never say no comment. Never say no comment. Arita Skeeter time. Wow, there's a reference I wasn't thinking about. Number 1 seems fair because you're working with the... Okay, yeah. No comment is a comment. You're very much right. You're very much right. I suppose I could say I did not say that. I could say I see. Let's see. I see 3 calls for 4. I see a couple calls for 1. Oh, I see more calls for 4. All right, you know, let's go with 4. Not gonna throw a formal vote out for this one. Don't make me take off my belt. I'm gonna say no comment and see where this takes. The best is to not answer at all, but that's not an option here. Yeah, just keep walking. I would love that to be an option. I see more 4. Oh, about writing being important in games. Totally, Matt Parker. I'm a strong advocate of that. I try to mention it whenever it's relevant in my reviews and stuff like that. 1 makes you weak in this position. True. It forces me into a conversation. That's a good point as well. Let's go ahead and say no comment. Creature2711 comes in with a super chat. Thank you very much for that, buddy. Happy birthday. Again, thanks for the tips. I'm learning from Partia. I may be 100 episodes late to the party, pun intended, but I'm glad I did. Well, I'm glad you did as well, buddy. And honestly, thank you very much for that super chat. Helps tremendously. And again, a warm welcome again as a new subscriber, and I'm glad those tips helped as well. I hope you're enjoying Bannerlord. Thank you. Don't make me take my belt off. God. Yeah, no comment. No comment. That seemed to be consensus-ish in chat. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to sign a campaign finance law allocating public election funds by seats in the assembly as opposed to number of votes. Is this a deliberate attempt to defund the Communist Party and the Bludia Workers' Party? Neither of which have reached the election threshold. Yo, can the guards get involved? Oh, hey, damn, that is actually an option. My motivations are not for you to know. Perhaps it was. If left unchecked, those two parties will only make trouble for me. We're definitely not saying that. It's to ensure the USP has the funds we need to stay in power long enough to truly bring democracy to this country. No, I've had it with your questions. Guards. Yeah, exactly. Come on, dude. Do your job. She is stubborn, isn't she? Like, how can you get 4 sentences out without my guards just being like, okay, folks, let's, right? I've had it with your questions. Guards. Lots of ones, lots of ones. Do not arrest journalists. Well, no, we're not arresting her. We're just, getting her away from me. She's got me cornered, remember? This is not like me walking by. She's got me cornered. That's dangerous. Sparta, kick her off the palace. Don't make me take my belt off. I've had it with your questions. Guards, come on. Let me walk. I'm the president. You can't corner me like this. This is dangerous. That's enough, ma'am, said one of my guards while nudging the reporter away from me. See, it's nothing. There's no police baton or anything. A path through the crowd was now open, and we quickly made our way to the entrance of the palace. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. Oh no, Mr. Wizard. Is there a cleanup required? The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Swordland's colors of white, yellow, and maroon. A lush maroon carpet had been rolled down the stairs. I like the color maroon a lot. I like this. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs of people making their way towards the ballroom. Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter! I can see her, running over. Hi, Uncle Peter. It was great to see you. You two are growing faster than I am getting wiser. Ain't that the truth? Are you sure you've gotten any wiser, Peter? Yes, 100% I'm saying that. We're friends from high school. Are you sure you've gotten any wiser, Peter? Maybe not. After all, I'm sticking with you. Hey, I love it. Happy to see a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn? Peter's wife, Evelyn, approached us and shook our hands with a firmness that belied her delicate features. Congratulations, Anton. I have to say, the results were clear to me from the beginning. I wish I was as sure as you know. Appreciate it, Evelyn. It means a lot. It means a lot. The pleasure is mine. I think it's time to celebrate this victory. I don't disagree at all. We told him to wait until the ball, and here we are. Yeah, 50s for sure. No, that makes sense. It's the 50s. We are, in fact, women's rights is an important set of decisions in this game as well. We're approaching, the 60s. They are also imaginary countries, yes. Imaginary countries and continents and everything. There was no World War II, for example. I think it's time to celebrate this victory. Yeah, that's why we're here. Let's do it. It's party time. We can start by getting some drinks. I was going to say that. Great minds think alike. But fools seldom differ. Peter grinned and beckoned a roving waiter. The 4 of us took a glass of champagne. What about the kids now? Monica, how are you? You've barely said a word. I'm more than relieved to have this roller coaster ride over with. But of course, now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help, planning parties, daily trips to the salon to look your best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I plan to use my power as First Lady to advance the position of women throughout Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue, wouldn't you say, Anton? I did not know that's where this conversation was going, by the way, when I said this is a part of stuff. As long as you don't burn the roast, am I right, Peter? Up to a point, yes, they mustn't neglect their responsibilities to their husbands and families. Absolutely, and we'll work together to achieve that. That's my wife, never content to just be a pretty face. No, absolutely. We'll work together to achieve that. Okay, I gotta unhide YouTube Sarko's message there. Bam, there we are. There are the drinks. Monica flashed me a smile. Aw. Haldor. Whiskey? Sex? Sounds like a good night. Where is our Minister Whiskey here? Deanna suddenly jumped in between us and tugged on my sleeve. Oh, God, am I going to get demonetized for this one? Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. All right. We're having a conversation here, Deanna. The adults are talking. No. It's time. Let's go. I don't want to say, of course, darling, because she is interrupting an important conversation. But I don't want to say we're having a conversation here. I was taking it's a kid. Come on, This kid, yeah. And she's not wrong either. It's time to go. Let's go to the ballroom. Let's get some drinks. She just wants to party, man. Yeah. Let's move to the ballroom. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time, it was the politicians who sought to appease the new authority in Swordland. I spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches. We finally settled down at our dinner table with the Vecturns as the band We finally settled down at our dinner table with the Vecturns as the band started playing some slow jazz tunes. I wish the music would change to jazz. I do like some jazz from time to time. Oof, that was tiring, says Peter. We have to get used to it. You're already tired. Another drink. If I have to shake another hand again. No, another drink. That's how you power yourself through a long night, right? Well... Suddenly, a loud banging noise echoed from outside the ballroom. Then another one. And another. The musician stopped playing. Everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned towards each other, realization dawning on both of our faces. Fireworks? No! Gunshots! As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Shield Monica and the kids. I threw myself on Monica, Deanna, and Frank to shield them. Papa, what's happening? I knew it. We never should have gone. Chaos broke out as some guests flung themselves under their tables and others ran towards the doors, screaming. Deanna burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding the fear in his own eyes. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Mr. President, are you all right? Carl Grieser, head of the Swordish police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. As soon as he made it to us and saw that we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. Ooh. What the hell is going on? 1 second, Mr. President. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter, now! Paul, Jansen, follow my lead. We'll bring them to the safe room. He now turned to Monica, Evelyn, and the children and spoke in a softer voice. Do not worry. The situation is now under control. Please, follow me. We promptly followed Carl through the winding halls and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease the tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. Guess I should have given my parental guidance warning earlier. What a fucking night. You can say that again. Carl turned to us with a serious face as we were about to round a corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up. Carl flipped a switch on the wall and a panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious, with expensive-looking leather sofas. Small security monitors on the wall displayed grainy footage of each room in the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry containing enough provisions to last us months. Monica and Evelyn sat the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us and made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. So tell me, Carl, do I have clowns for a security force? No. So what's the status? Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver. When it fell silent, he turned to us. Good news. We're not in any danger at the moment. The situation has been dealt with, and the perimeter has been secured by the guards and the police. He glanced towards Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner of the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We have confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The gunman is one of them, and we are sure that he was working alone. The attacker fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Presidential guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. The gunman has not been identified yet, and will require an investigation. The MP that was killed was identified as Bernard Circus. This is huge, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Peter pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure her that everything was going to be all right. Monica was still trying to tend to Deanna as Frank paced the room, mumbling that he should have stayed home. comfort Monica and the kids. I sat down beside my wife and children. We are safe. I'll make sure everything's going to be fine. We can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. I was going to see this through and keep my family safe. At all costs. I crushed the cigarette on the ashtray. How tense was that? How tense was that? Wild. I have not been assassinated yet. Correct. And it seems as though the target was that MP. And you will recall that MP was not just an MP, but he was a poet, and he had very particular affiliations. What does the news have to say? Solland today reports Rain not interested in cooperation. We'll look at that in a bit. First, MP shot, nation in shock. Solland has been shocked by grave news today as an elected member of parliament has been shot dead in a suspected political assassination. Police sirens were heard around the clock today as the Hulsort police force increased security measures around the capital. The fact that such a violent act can happen at the heart of the capital during the new president's inauguration celebrations has worried many citizens. The Red Youth has reported to have promised revenge. This seems like it has the potential to be a spark that would swirl Solland into the political violence of the 1920s. Rain not interested in cooperation. President Rain shut down the call for cooperation from Franz Richter of the PFJP ahead of the inauguration ball, implying that he shares no values with the opposition. Regarding the remarks of Richter about a possible cooperation to fix the current problems of Swedish political institutions, the president chose to make no comments. Richter has long been vocal about his democratization plans, and it seems that his demands for constitutional change will never become a reality if we do not see a Richter presidency anytime soon. It looks like the opposition will have a hard time during President Rain's term. So, first of all, Jakari, thank you very much. Glad you could drop by. MN121MN, not assassinated yet. Very accurate. Seems like the NFP is doing rogue attacks on the communists. Exactly. There is a lot of tension going on. Things went from 0 to 100 real fast. Also, that music, eh? What a beautiful change in music. And also, if you think that was the first time I swore after turning 30, no. No. Just on the channel, though. So how about this? How about this little hit piece over here, huh? And I'm glad y'all agreed with the line of thinking that I had. It's just one biased newspaper, as the others didn't say anything, absolutely. But this was the reporter was from this newspaper. And how about that? Way to spin my stance. My entirely justifiable stance. I love it. And stuff like that constantly happens in this game. Constantly happens in this game. Where you think you're doing the right thing, and no. No, you're not. But yes, you are, but also no, you're not. How do you keep everybody happy? And yes, Wickles, that's the one. Solland today is funded by the HOS, yeah. And they're the people whose CEO or whatever we have a meeting with. Draw My Life? I don't know what that is. But yeah, how about that? How about that? A political assassination, a hit piece in the Solland today. You know what? Guaranteed, the CEO is like, yeah, print something, somewhat problematic for the current government leading up to our meeting, and then it'll butter me up for a conversation about why we need to cooperate with the press. Right? Can you imagine it? Can you imagine it? But that tense note, folks, is where we're going to call it a session. I know. Cliffhanger. It's terrifying. We don't know what's going to happen. What comes next for President Anton Rain and the nation of Solland and all the things it's suffering. Rihan Nufa, sorry. Glad you could join me. Glad you could join us all. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for your well wishes. Have yourself a wonderful night and a wonderful, wonderful weekend. More Nice session. Will there be an episode 2? You know what? Before I even started wrapping the session up, y'all were already saying this should be a series. I vote for a series. You know what? Hold on. Before you guys leave, on the topic of voting, before you guys leave, well, first of all, if you enjoyed what you saw of this game and you want to pick it up for yourself, this is the link to do it at, where you can support the channel as well as charity. So don't hesitate to pick it up there. But also, hang on, I'm not done yet. Not done yet. Let's get the final vote of today's stream in there. What do y'all think? A series? You know, initially I was like, we'll do a single session and that'll be fun. We'll see the game and people will hopefully like it. Y'all seemed to have a good time. I think y'all enjoyed it quite a bit. And if that's the case, you know, I'm always there for that. Obviously, I'm enjoying it. So personally, I'd be down to you know, play more of this on stream. I think I would do stream. If it becomes a series, because we get a lot more of this kind of interaction and like voting and stuff like that. I think that's really cool. Yo, this is unanimous. Jazzy B coming through with that super chat right at the death of the stream today. Thank you very much for that, Jazzy B. Really appreciate it. Happy birthday. Thanks for the amazing stream. Well, thanks for the amazing company. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. You know, this is the first time I've done a text-based game on the channel, and so I was like not sure how people would feel about it and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm glad y'all had a good time. The game devs are watching. Oh, are they? Well, hello devs. You've made a fantastic hooking game that I wasn't able to get my positive review out on in time because I was enjoying playing it too much. So you know what? Catch 22, I guess. Irokisama, hope I got that right. Thank you very much for subscribing. I do hope you're enjoying the show. I hope you enjoyed the show, rather. And I hope to see you around. Again, folks, make sure you join our Discord as well. If you join the Discord, you will be joining a fantastic community of over 3,400 people hanging out, playing all sorts of fantastic games, talking about all kinds of stuff. It's a great community. It's a great place to hang out and chill. The music is driving me mad now. It's pretty aggressive tunes right now. We got to see your Dictator playthrough. I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I'm gonna stop the vote over here because it's pretty well unanimous. 23-0. People clearly want to see this as a series. It will be live streamed. I just got to figure out a day for it. Do we start doing Friday streams? Maybe Friday streams. Because I still want to do more Phantom Brigade on Tuesdays, and we still have Crusader Kings on Mondays. Friday might not be a bad idea. We'll talk about it in the Discord, maybe. Oh, I gotta figure it out. Thank you very much, Crosley Q. Did I get that right? Crosley Q. Thank you very much. Are you going to stay in the safe room until the next episode? It's worrying, lol. Yeah, let's hang tight. Haldor coming through with a super chat right at the death here. Love the stream, love your content. Keep being you, bro, and have a great birthday. Well, thank you very much, buddy, for that support, for the kind words, for the super chat, and for the company today. Honestly, I gotta say, y'all just, I appreciate the company today. Like I was saying earlier, birthdays, I'm one of those people for who birthdays are like the one big deal kind of a thing. So I really appreciate the company and just hanging out, and I appreciate all the support for the channel and for everything, folks. It really does mean a lot. Thank you again, Helder, for that super chat coming in there. You know, thank you for the super chats across the board today. Thank you for your company. Like I keep saying, thank you again to our newest member too. Have a wonderful rest of the day, folks, of course. But before I can say farewell, I of course have to say a thank you to If the Screen Would Just Show Up. Why are you breaking on me? Why do you do this to me? It's okay. Don't worry. We can always do a little. There we go. Boom. There it is. A massive thanks to all of the channel members and patrons who have been supporting this channel on a monthly basis. You keep us alive and running smoothly. I have to update this because we've got new members from today and from this past week. Every weekend I try to get this list updated. I have to change the whole format, which I want to do for 2021 because it's ridiculous. Look at that. I love it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all for watching as well. Honestly, this channel, which is more than just a channel to me, it is you know, such a intimate part of my life now for the last 4 years. wouldn't be what it is without each and every one of you. So honestly, thank you so very much for everything. Thank you. I hope to catch you in the Discord or in the comments. I have to record Planet Zoo now, so I might drop by the Discord for like 5 or so minutes before I start taking a look at the comments and stuff of Planet Zoo and recording that. But apart from that, yeah, go ahead and join that Discord. YouTube Sarko dropped that link again. Thank you very much, buddy. And we'll figure out when we're going to stream the next episode of Suzerain. Hope I'm saying that right. Folks, have yourselves a wonderful evening. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, and I'll catch you again either in the comments in the Discord or for our Crusader King stream on Monday. Whenever it might be, until that next time, as always, cheers.